Hello. Welcome in and welcome, friends. It is so great to see you. Welcome in. Prodigal, congrats on getting first. Is that your very first? Big congrats. Fox McHollow Gaming all the way. Today's a great day. Why? Because I start today in my role as testing to see if I can do principal engineer levels of work. But more importantly, I get to work with a healthy team. Oh, Prodigal, that is a great day. I'm so happy for you. That is great news. Oh my gosh. Huge congratulations. First for real. Yes, absolutely. What a day for you to get your first in 2D fighter over on YouTube. It's so good to see you. Welcome in. It is such a joy to have everyone here and those lurking in the shadows. Oh my gosh. So no distractions. You get to it, dude. You go punch and drive and push and code and communicate and be healthy with a brand new team. We're rooting for you. Today's onboarding, so a little distraction is okay. All right. We'll do a little distraction. Speaking of a little distraction, we're going to be working on on my Game Jam submission with Dark Doombringer here. He's been working a lot on it. I couldn't get to it yesterday. I was just not feeling very well. But I saw that he has been making more and more progress on things. We've been having discussions about scope and how we are going to handle this. And it looks like we've got a bug to work out here right out of the top of the gate. He's been adding in some like intro sequences and stuff and doing all sorts of interesting things. So I think it's going to be a good time while we kind of work out what it is we're trying to do here. But as well, a new auto battler came out and I needed some self-medication. So I bought the Bazaar this morning and Cthulhu Meaty. So the Fez is only for Foolbox when Foolbox comes in. Maybe that will change in the future, but that's the current way the Fez works. But what do we get? The Cthulhu Beanie. So yeah, it's kind of it's a really interesting design thing. At first blush, I saw people covering it, and I was like, I don't know. Seems like kind of fine, I guess, but is it actually all that interesting? I don't love the theme very much. And I started watching a Retromation playthrough, and I kind of am starting to get it because they have combined Slay the Spire with Super Auto Pets in some really interesting ways. And so I want to kind of investigate that. Oh, and like Marvel Snap in some ways. They've learned some lessons from Marvel Snap that I think is really clever. So I think that'll be fun to dive into kind of at the half point on the stream here today. So I should get a Pez hat, though. Just a giant Pez dispenser helmet that like has a slot for the mouth. That'd be fun. They're stealing your ideas? Are they? Is your game like Super Auto Pets? I mean, I know you're doing an auto battler, but this is like combining fighting against bots as well as against other players. What's it called again? So I can see it's called The Bazaar. Annoyingly, they're doing it in their own launcher. So if I take this tab here, play The Bazaar, here we go. So this is it. I'll throw the link in chat. It is quite an interesting space. If you take 2 seconds to look at it, it will look exactly like Hearthstone. Oh my gosh. Okay. Where's the game? Oh my gosh. So, right, you look at this board, you're like, oh, this is Hearthstone. No, this is an auto battler. So you place all of your stuff down, and then they get relational buffs and effects and everything going against the other player. But sometimes the other character that you're facing is a bot, and sometimes it is a Super Auto Pets style, like, memory of a player. And in between each round, you, like, pick different shops to go to change your board layout. And there's like there's leveling up, not meta progression, leveling up of your stuff to expand your space and all sorts of really interesting things. So while I admit the theming doesn't really work for me, like I don't get like why is a bazaar hosting ground for beating people up? Like, are merchants trying to beat each other up to get stall spaces? Like, this is just a weird theme to me. But undeniably, it is executed on really well. The art is fantastic, and I'm really curious to dive into more of the design tropes. Not exactly like Super Auto Pets at all. I think it's very close to Super Auto Pets. You thought a trailer would have gameplay? Come on, trailers are not gameplay. Yeah, like I mean, it's very similar to Super Auto Pets in that you set up your board, you hit play, and then you fight against an echo of a previous character, like a backpack battles style, right? Have you been to a bazaar lately? To be fair, not lately. Your game is not like Super Auto Pets. Yeah. Blades, thank you so much for the lurk. I hope you're doing well. Yeah. So that's why I was thinking I don't think this is going to really steal any of your ideas here that you've got. But I do think that they have combined different things in a very interesting way. So I'm curious to see how that goes. You can get access to the closed beta right now. It's $33 US. There are other tiers for like extra cosmetics and stuff. Whatever. I think it's, whatever. Good for them. I mean, if people have that money to spend, that's great. But there you go. Okay. So let's dive in here. So we have this bug right at the start here that Dark Doombringer has handed off. Thank you, Dark Doombringer. No, Dark Doombringer is a good friend. I would never want anyone to think otherwise. I'm totally joking around. Set radiation. So is signal bus? Does set radiation not exist in our signal bus? Ah. All right, take care. Best of luck with onboarding. I'm so excited for you. So excited for you. Okay, function emit level, body enter.connect emit level, set radiation. Okay, so I think we're gonna have to undo that. Okay, so we're standing up very slowly. Wow, was that slow? All right, we got to speed that up for sure. Player 2D. We're going to go to our sprites. We're going to do our standing, and we're going to set that to like 60 FPS. Mothman Centaur, good to see you. Yeah, okay. Double the speed feels a whole lot better. Sun hat with a bow. Let's do it. I made a new world scene. Push the normal play button. You made a new world scene? Okay, hold on. F8, let's go back to our signal bus. Let's undo what we did here. We're going to hit F5. I only kind of listen in. I'm in a meeting. Oh, gosh. Yeah, no. Best of luck in your meeting, Dark Doombringer. I'm very excited to see what you've been making here. One second here. Sun hat with a bow. Here we are. Whomp. All right. Here we are. Here we are. Woo. Well, I need to turn the heater off because our house is incredibly strange, and the ductwork is all sorts of borked. So the upstairs heater hits down here, and the heating vent is right above my head, and it funnels like 80% of the heat into this room, and I can't reach the vent to turn it off. So I'm just going to turn off the heat upstairs. Sorry, Wife Quest. Alamod, good to see you. Welcome in. I saw you submitted a critique. Let me know when you are wanting us to dive through and take another look at Chromatic, and we will do that. All right. Because we have hats now that keep... Yes, the hats genuinely do add a lot of heat. Like, a lot of heat. Okay. So we're going to hit F5. Where are we hitting here? So set shader parameter and base null instance on a null instance. This is in ready on tile map. Okay. Interesting. Geez, Dark Doombringer, you have been working on this. My heavens. Okay. This is weird. It's on ready. Where is our... What are we affecting here? What is material? What material are we setting? Like, what is this tile map applied to? Let's go ahead and close all scenes, actually. Close all tabs. We're going to go in here. We're going to go to world main. It should have just started up. Not sure why it's running into errors. Did you get everything from last night? I did do a fresh poll this morning. Oh. Hold on. Let me fetch origin one more time. Yeah. Yeah, no. I pulled everything in. We hit F5 again here. Yeah, attempt to call function, set shader parameter, and base null instance. Let me close this and try it one more time. Oops. Actually, hold on. Let me actually go back to GitHub, and I'm going to discard local changes, because there were 2 changes. They shouldn't have anything to do with what we're talking about. But just in case, discard all changes. Yeah, discard all changes. And then we'll open up Godot once more. Go into here. All right. And then fix our Godot capture. There we are. We're going to hit F5. Yeah, no, still not wanting to work. So it's saying that the material does not exist on this. On our... What is this? What? Close other tabs. On our tilemap.gd. Okay. What are you even attached to? Are you attached to a tile map? Oh, yeah, look at this. Tilemap.gd. Tilemap.gd. Okay, so all of these. Set shader parameter, orb colorize distance. Okay, so there's no material on these. Ah, here's one, but it's not on the navigation layer. What happens if I remove the script from the navigation layer? Is that gonna cause problems? There we go. There we go. Yeah, that might have been the problem, is that the script was on the navigation layer when it... Dark Doombringer, I don't know if that's going to mess anything up. It seems like that makes a lot of sense. Wow, look at all this. That was it? Okay, great. Look at all this, dude. Look at what you've done. Amazing. How did you get the tiles working like you did? We gotta, I can kind of fine tune the jump speed here. Jump speed and gravity is a little bit intense, but cool. So we got, ooh, so chromatic. Oh, but there's the monster. Okay. Well, what do I do now? Can you come in? No, you can't come in. Can I rush forward? Okay, cool. So I think that's just like the world as it exists so far, right? Okay, great. Very, very, very cool. Let's go ahead and go to our collision layer here. Tile map terrain, walls. We're going to go ahead and paint. Yeah, this is still insisting on doing it super wide. Which is strange. It shouldn't be. Select. Paint? Here we go. Terrains. Terrain set 0. Walls. And then theoretically, once again, like that should work, right? That these all plug into each other. Maybe we need to do that. Then paint. Walls. Ooh. Kinda. Yeah, it's working a little bit. Working a little bit. Okay, so what if we do this? Then we can go back to our tile map, paint, walls. Okay, it's not looking awesome, but it is there, so that's good. All right. So we're hunting for the magenta stuff here. We've got our UI here. So we got our pigments and everything. I guess we've scrapped the resource system. That was a thing that Dark Doombringer and I talked about. I have not been able to commit as much time nor make as much progress on this as I was hoping to. So we've talked about scaling back, and I think Dark Doombringer made the great call of saying, let's just pull back to just getting the pigments and bringing them back. And I like what he did here of making them multiples. I think that's a good call. Now, is this signal to noise ratio now? What was our initial concept with signal to noise ratio? How are we hitting signal to noise ratio? I don't even remember. If we go back to our design, we're definitely kind of hitting chromatic. Yeah, I don't know that this is hitting signal to noise ratio. How did we get to this point? We came up with a bunch of mechanics, experiences, and settings. Came up with a bunch of ideas. Voted on our favorite ones. Post-apocalyptic, restoring colors, afraid. Where's the signal to noise ratio? I mean, I guess signal to noise ratio doesn't have to be a gameplay mechanic, right? It's a design principle. So it could be that we have a high signal to noise ratio. So we have a ton of, so it's kind of minimalist in that regard, right? It's just everything that you see is valuable. In fact, we could go that minimalist route and maybe even have a bunch of noise in the home base. That could be kind of interesting. Have a lot of set design in here, and then everything else is this gray kind of basic minimalist space. And maybe as you restore colors, maybe if we have time, we can even swap the tile sets out to make this more noise-y, and before it is signal-y. That could be, yeah, that would fit it. That would work. And it kind of suits the gameplay as well, because a minimalist environment to run around in and dodge the monster and find the stuff, bring it back, Now that area is like safe, it is not needing to be searched anymore. Now we can introduce some signal or some noise rather, right, with the extra tiles to make it look cooler, but you don't need to really navigate around here anymore. So it just swaps it and makes it feel like we have entered into a new world. That's kind of an interesting way to represent that, actually. Endo, welcome in, friend. Good to see you. How are you today? We are working on this grand old time, this, excuse me. Working on our Game Jam submission here, along with Dark Doombringer, who is at work and in meetings. We are our remorse for him. Trying to focus on game dev for today. All right. So Scholar has gone gold. 1.0 is done there. Scholar 2, that concept has been scrapped. What are you working on your game dev for today? Or is it still scrapped? Have you changed about that? Okay. Let's go ahead and what do we want to do here? We want to introduce the monster. So we need to have lots of spaces the player can run around in, and spaces maybe where the monster can't fit. Tiny Devil, so good to see you, friend. Welcome in. How are you today? How are the stairs going? I'm thinking we may even want to scale up the monster's box here to make it a lot smaller than the player, or a lot bigger than the player box. Right now, it's kind of bigger than the player box. I think it needs to be obviously bigger than the player box. So let's go ahead and do that real quick, because that'll be a so fast thing. We're just going to grab our collision shape, and then we're just going to drag it up like this. Maybe make it even a little bit taller than him. Okay. Great. So now he really won't be able to make it in. And the player won't ever see that hitbox, but I think it will allow things to be communicated more clearly. Sifu meets extraction. Yes, that's right. I remember now. I've set up the Tetris inventory. Yes, you talked about doing that tutorial the other day. So I want to create lootable containers and set up a loot pool system for them. Very cool. How's the monster coming along? Monster is great. Dark Doombringer has been doing so much work. I'll show you what we've got so far. So Dark Doombringer set up this cool little intro sequence where you are standing up and then kind of run around. We need to add the blue pigments in here. But then you run into this, it lights things up, and now you are glowing blue. So now we can go and collect the pink, the magentas, right? Woo! And there we go. Grab all those. And now everything's magenta. Now we can open this door. We've got this monster here that's going to be chasing us. That's where we've gotten to right now. Just want to ask, says Alamad over on YouTube, just want to ask, did my game implement the signal to noise ratio, or do I need to work more on that? Also the theme. I think chromatic, absolutely. You hit chromatic. Signal to noise ratio, I think you have a really cool visual representation of that. I think it works because you're playing with it, and that's what we like to see, right? Is even with that bloom being too heavy is an interesting way to play with signal to noise ratio, and that's what we want to see. We want people kind of experimenting with this concept, and what are the many different ways we can implement it? So yeah, absolutely, Alamad. Is that an endorsement that it's going to get full remarks? No, we can talk more about that when we get to your critique. You let me know when you're ready for your critique, and we'll do that. But I don't think it's missing either of them in either way. Oh, very cool. Is that a 3D model for the player? Yes! Dark Doombringer has this, Steamed Cocoa with the raid. Welcome in. Thank you so much for hanging out. How are you today? Welcome in. Welcome in, all you fine raiders. We're working on our Game Jam submission for Fox Hollow Jam 3. Where the theme is chromatic and our design principle is signal to noise ratio. So the idea is you are this little guy, you wake up, you have to light up these kind of pillars with different pigments you find in the world to bring color back into it. And we need to implement the signal to noise ratio of kind of the level they're exploring is kind of bland and dead. And then as you bring the color into it, all of a sudden it gets a lot more noise, visual noise in it with set dressing, swap tile set, these pillars, all that sort of stuff. So you go through, swap these colors out. Oh, and also there's a giant monster and radiation that's going to be poisoning you while you're outside your home base. So that's the idea there. Welcome in. Mataguli, welcome in. Steamed Coco. So great to see all of you. Welcome in. What were you working on, Steamed? We're going to snooze the ads because everyone always raids right before ads. That's just how it works. So yeah, someone asked, is that a 3D model for the player? Endo asked for that. And this is Dark Doombringer's really cool workflow. He's getting very proficient in Blender. And so he has made these models all in Blender and then exports them as sprite sheets that we can then use. So it's a really interesting and cool workflow to do a 2.5D without using any 3D, which is fun and interesting. Platforming looks slick. Thank you, Lime Blossom. Doing good. Been building some really cool retro stuff today. Retro 3D vector graphics like your Star Wars arcade cabinets. Yay, Tiny Devil. Importing objects from Blender, all coded by me because no real inbuilt support in GameMaker. Yeah, that makes sense. I've been approached to make a retro game to appear in an upcoming movie? For real, Tiny Devil? That's awesome. I didn't know that was a thing that happened. Did you know this person? Or did they just see your work and come to you? That's really cool. Was playing Visage. I've been hearing, wait a minute. No, I was thinking of Sulfur. What is Visage? First-person psychological horror game. 7,337 very positive reviews. Wow. Hey, their monsters kind of look like our monster a little bit. There you go. I like that they're playing with kind of Euclidean geometry and everything. That's fine. Well, very cool. I hope it was a great time. I know a lot of people are going through their own psychological horror moments right now. So great to see you. Thanks for coming in and thanks for hanging out. I hope Visage was fun. That's the workflow I use for the floating and spinning castle pieces in Scholar. There you go. Yeah. All right. What are we doing here? We're doing level design. So I'm going to grab some lighting to bring in so that I can actually see what I'm painting over here. I made an imagining of what the game and the film could look like and tweeted it. They really liked it and approached me. Nothing finalized yet, but so exciting. That's awesome, Tiny Devil. Wow. That's incredible. Huh. That is absolutely fascinating. Have you done that? I have to know more because we're all about like leveling up here, right? And helping people enter the game industry. This is like a big thing. Right? And helping people enter the game industry. Thank you, OBS. This is a big thing that you've done. What, like, have you been doing this routinely? And this is the first bite, or was this just like something you shot out as a thought? Is this Control AI Delete? Our comedy movie Kickstarter. Look at that. Had a free day yesterday, so I created what I imagined. Hold on. Let me bring this in here. Free day yesterday, so created what I imagine Star Dash, the game featured in Jason Bradbury's upcoming film Control AI Delete, could look like. I had great fun. The Kickstarter for the film is live here. Wow. That's amazing. Did you create that from scratch and what programming language, etc.? Fascinated to hear. Wow. Look at this. Let me zoom in here. Oh, and here's your like 3D vector graphics that you were talking about. Nice. I mean, it's super simple, but like you did it in your free time for something that doesn't exist yet, and it really won them over. That is so cool. The guy creating it is a celeb here in the UK, gadget show presenter. Wow. Jason Bradbury. 247,000 followers. That is so cool. That's fake, but the latest thing I've made is fully 3D. Wow. In GameMaker, fully 3D? How are you doing that? My goodness. The film looks awesome. Well, I'm sure that he can feel the enthusiasm here coming from you. That is awesome. Created from scratch. I use the GameMaker Studio 2 game engine as used for Undertale, Hotline. That was smart to like say, hey, here's the social credit for this game engine in case you have experience or someone comes in and says, oh no, GameMaker sucks. Like, establish the bona fides, absolutely. Hotline Miami, Forager, etc. So the language is GML, ASprite for editing the pixel art, and Hardware Sense for generating the sounds. In GameMaker, it's just like programming OpenGL. Oh my goodness. That is crazy. I know that like Dark Doombringer has worked a lot on OpenGL stuff. And there's Jeff of OpenGL, the Twitch channel and YouTube channel, and he does really impressive stuff. And all that flies way over my head. That is so far beyond my capacity. Did someone say my name? Good to see you, 2D Fighter. By the way, you let me know whenever you're. Wait, oh, wait, no, you didn't submit a critique. That's right. Sorry, I lost track. It was Alamod and Mimosa. Okay. Yeah, so this is Tiny Devil. Tiny Devil made this game in GameMaker, which is just a quick little thing to represent a game for Jason Bradbury's upcoming film Control AI Delete. He tweeted it, tagged him in it, linked the Kickstarter, and then Jason Bradbury reached out. That's amazing. Did you create that from scratch, and what programming language? And is apparently in the talks to have Tiny Devil make the actual game for the film that he is creating. So, my goodness. Looks like it's successfully funded. Big congrats. That's a rough thumbnail, but hey, it worked out. Supposedly, this guy's a bit of a celebrity. He has like 250,000 followers on Twitter. So, super, duper rad. Absolutely awesome. Big congrats, Tiny Devil. Thank you for sharing. What an inspiring thing. That's really cool. Thank you for sharing. Okay. So where are we at here? We're going to do our tile mapping. Right. Finally, we're going to actually make things. So collision layer. We're going to grab our little plain gray square. We're going to paint. And I can just start doing this, right? Yeah. Okay. So what do we want? We want lots of little areas that the player can dodge the monster in. So leave the monster behind through these tiny little openings, right? And we're going to have a good amount of them in this space, and then fewer of them in the last space. And it looks like we're doing quite a few colors here. We have potentially up to 6, so we could have a lot. And I think the next one we need to do is yellow. I think this door next time is yellow. So there we go. All right. I think I'm caught up here. Let's keep going. Normally we do pause during ads. I'm just going to be like painting level stuff, and we're not going to be missing a whole lot. So I'm going to push through the ads in the interest of trying to get more things done, because I am feeling time pressure a little bit. I want to make some more progress than we have in the past. Oh, that's right. And we wanted to bring in a light. Where is our light source? Is it the player? No, it's got to be this guy, the orb, right? No, what color source do we have? All right, light. We're gonna use. I'm just gonna use directional light. This is just gonna be a global light here. Drag this out. Okay. Oh, it's doing that annoying thing. Shoot. Where it only like makes things that are already brighter. Like it's not illuminating the world. Hold on. The player and the orb currently create light, but it's all driven in the shaders. You mad lad, you. Absolutely incredible. You are such a better developer than I am. That's just the glow. What we need is we need a global light source. And we'll make it a gradient texture. In fact, we can even do texture 1D. Flip it. Like, if this is not lighting anything up, what is going on here? Select one of the tile sets and change the brightness to 1 while you work on it. Select a tile set and change the brightness to 1? Brightness on a tile set? Oh, look at this. We have glow speed and everything. Default player colorized distance. Interesting. What have you done? Three days, 12.5 hours. Not as much time now. The pressure built. I said these messages would change over time. Oh my gosh. So exciting. Oh my gosh. Best of luck. Best of luck. Go to the material and the shader for the tile set. Oh my gosh. You're crazy. You're crazy. Resource. Shader parameters. Here we go. Oh my goodness. Wow. Okay, so that's 0.1 is the default. Okay. Wild, dude. You look at all this work you've been putting in. You put me to shame. My goodness. Thank you for everything you've been doing. Call. This is why you work with incredibly talented people, everyone. All right. Great. So I can see what I'm putting down now. I'm over here turning all my skills into buttons, and I just remembered that there's not going to be buttons. Oh, no. Can also hide the color rect for the darkness. Oh, lovely. Okay. Cool. What was I thinking? I was sleepy last night. I think everyone was a little bit off last night. Lots of things were happening. It was an event for sure. Let's see. So we need the yellow pigments. Turn off the intro option for player testing. Sure, yeah. So you mentioned you could do intro. I'm also Dark Doomburger. I am going to go in and speed up that intro. I hope that's okay with you. I'm gonna make it twice as fast. So from 30. So from this, please do. Okay, this is pretty slow, so I'm gonna speed it up to 60. So there's a greater sense of like motion and a little more understanding there. So Zymion, good to see you. What are we up to? We're working on the Fox Hollow Jam 3 submission that Dark Doombringer and I are doing. Right now I'm working on some level design. The idea for the game is you are this little guy trying to bring color back into this world that this monster has eaten. So you need to run around, pick up these pigments, bring them back to the base so that you can turn into that color, open doors of the corresponding colors, and progress until you get to the end where you can kind of reset everything and make it all work. So fantastic. Yeah, it's fun. We've had to change scope and design and everything quite a lot over a while. Oh, and I just realized we didn't do a shout out for our raid. My apologies. I'm so bad at remembering to do this. Thank you, Steamed Coco, for the raid earlier. So yeah, how are you doing, Zymion? What have you been up to? Also for the player, I think I'm going to fine-tune some of these numbers a little bit. Jump height, I think, is fine. Duration, really, it's a 0.4? That's where we were at before, and this felt so fast. For the monster navigation, you just have to paint the top right tile with the green dot anywhere you want the monster to go on the navigation there. Okay, great, perfect, thank you. I was wondering about that. It's these green dots, right? Understood. Thank you. I think since we're not doing any sort of like intense mechanic, I think doing a double jump is going to be a good idea. We're not having a bunch of like platforming mechanics, but if we want to be able to dodge and get away from the monster, I do think the double jump is at least going to make it feel better. Doing good. I got invited to a team meeting today for my internship to meet the team. Lovely. Also, it was apparently their very first time meeting ever, which is wild since the game is coming out to early access in February. Wow, very cool, Zymion. Now, remind me, is this the internship you got because you were talking about how into UI you are? You can adjust them in the inspector. I changed the parameters for just this scene for the player movement. Okay. Gotcha. Okay. Gotcha. Are these normally exports? I don't remember seeing that before. Have I missed that in that player controller? It is. Okay, lovely. Zymion, that's awesome. Yeah, like it feels like we're just kind of clunking into things a lot, right? Like that. That feels weird. And the jump height, just the double jump feels so bad. It's not a double jump. It's so tiny. Oh, it's because of the max jump height, isn't it? So hold on. Let's change falling gravity to 1. Okay. That's feeling way better already. Let's change jump duration to 0.4. Okay. Yeah, we can probably up the gravity again. Yeah, let's up the gravity back. They've always been exports and I had no idea? Dude. I've used this on like 4 projects. Oh my gosh. I made his hitbox slightly smaller than 2 tiles so he wouldn't get stuck on the doorways. The player? Right there? Yeah, that's great. Love it. Absolutely awesome. Terrified of actually hearing the "and in December our UI has joined us, so she'll work on UI rework," which is so scary even though I'm not responsible for it by myself, but I'm focused on it and just get help from the lead. You know what? They brought you on. They brought you on because they think you're going to provide that. So, you will almost certainly make mistakes. You will probably make things that players will say, "I don't get this." When that happens, take note, it's not a sign of weakness. Because that is the key part of being a designer. You put something out, you hear people's feedback, you learn from it, you adapt, and you improve it. At your core, you're a problem solver, not a UI designer. UI designer is a subset of problem solver. So, all that is happening there is a new problem is presented, and then you go in and resolve that problem. So don't freak out if things don't go perfectly well. Focus on learning and growth and talk about it in that way. Don't talk to your peers because they are your peers, even though you're in an internship. Don't talk to your peers saying, "Oh man, I made a huge mistake on this UI. People hate this." Say, "Oh my gosh, I'm so glad we got to learn that people don't like what we put in here. Now we know and we can be better. Now we can adapt and change and do what they do want," right? Always frame it as that, because that's your job as a designer. It's so easy to bag on yourself as a designer and to say, "Oh, I made a mistake," because no customer is going to critique the code. Every customer will critique what they see. I considered implementing a better camera follow, but I'm going to wait for if I have time for polish. Yeah, I was thinking of the same thing myself. And I think Godot has a built-in way to like do like position smoothing, right? Yeah, so there's like that. I mean, that feels better already, actually. Let's increase that speed a bit, actually. Yeah, that's feeling better. Okay. Yeah, good call. Okay. Yeah, this double jump feels annoying because it's you can't double jump higher than you can jump. And that feels really weird to me. Like, what if I set this like 5,000? There we go. That's acting more like how I would expect a double jump to work. Where I can get some extra verticality out of it. Not necessarily a bunch, but at least some. I had to already speak out to actually get UI sounds because they wanted it to just be silent. Great call. And that's you already starting to go beyond your role of responsibilities, right? That's you providing value that they did not bring in. Because as a UI designer, sound design is not your job. Now, at a small level, at startup levels and everything, yeah, that's a huge skill to have, but not every UI designer is going to think about that. So well done. Like, please let me have menu sounds to work with. Absolutely. Very cool. Very cool. Okay, this is starting to feel better. Oops. We have a sound guy who agreed with you. Awesome. Awesome. Okay. Feeling good, feeling good, feeling good, feeling good, feeling frumptuous. Let's do this level design. Collision layer. Tile map. Paint. Feels way better already? Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. I'm glad you agree. And I hope when you get your hands on it, it'll immediately feel better too. And not just, I mean, if it's coming through just through visuals, that's a good sign. I hope it will continue to be that way. Okay, so let's go ahead and get this going. So we need 5 yellow dots. Let's go ahead and I'm actually going to make a new node, and this is going to be magenta. And then we'll put all these inside magenta. Then we're going to copy this. We're going to well, I guess we're not going to copy it. We're going to add a new node. We're going to call it yellow. It looks so fun. What looks so fun? I want to know what's fun. Then we're going to add in a pigment. Great. Change that to yellow. And then bring it over here. Okay. So we don't have... Actually, hold on. Let me bring it over here. Before I say it's not going to change color yet. Ooh. What's going on? What did I do? What happens if we turn off position smoothing? Need to find a way to make the color change in the editor? Sure. Is the player like falling into infinity? Did the camera smoothing break something? Yeah, okay. Let's try this again. So apparently messing with that jump height really, really broke things. Apparently the team is trying to get demo done to take part in Steam's Next Fest in February. Okay, great. That's a quick timeline. You like that. You want something that you can get into really quickly. Okay. So it seems like we're working for the moment. Can I put myself back down on the ground? The gravity, yeah, maybe? I mean, the gravity is the same. Okay, I think we're good. Shoving him below the level. The pigment script might need to be updated to show the right color. Okay, great. Let's go ahead and check that out here. Global. Okay, so this is just the standard stuff. Does the pigment have a shader on it? Is that how we're doing the color? No, it doesn't have a shader on it. Okay. Code Void, good to see you. Welcome in. How are you doing today? I'm desperately trying to find all possible literature about UI and UX and design, and it's so hard. It is hard, and unfortunately you're coming into it in a bit of a weird time where UX is being completely subsumed by UI. And like the old guard is making a lot of fuss about that. And the new guard is saying they're the same thing. And the UX guy's like, no, it's not the same thing at all. It's not. And there's a bit of tension in the industry right now. Probably yoink what I did there. Look at the gate code. Sure. Let's go ahead and look at the gate code. I love UX over UI. Yeah, I mean, okay, so if you're looking for, real quick, if you're looking for some more UX documentation in addition to universal principles of design, I got some stuff for you. All right. Now, a lot of these you may already have. Look at my desktop. It is, you see, a high UX for me. Sure. It really isn't, but I'm expected to do UX as UI specialist, and I'm not very good at UX yet. Okay. Well, you're in the right place, because I'm very good at UX. UI is my weak point. I definitely can do UI. I've been doing UI for over 10 years. Like, I can make a good UI if I have the time. But I'm going to take longer to do it. And I'm not going to be doing incredible branding or anything like that, right? If I have a design system, which is what I've always had in my career because I've done B2B enterprise stuff, like, it's just, it's slapping the stickers on top of the UX. The UX was what was important. That's what I specialized in. But here's some UX books that you probably already know about. But in case you don't, or there's other people in the chat who may be curious, here's some good starting books for UX. Nir Eyal's Hooked. Okay? Nir Eyal Hooked. This is an interesting one. It doesn't directly address UX in the sense of it being UX, but it directly talks about what experiences get people hooked into habit-forming procedures. So that's an interesting one. I wouldn't recommend doing that one first. The one I would recommend doing first is the classic by Don Norman, The Design of Everyday Things. This book is the playbook of how UX got invented. Don Norman, the Nielsen Norman Group, right? Nielsen Norman Group. They are really big in the UX, like educational space. Don Norman is half of this, the Nielsen Norman Group. I don't necessarily agree with everything the Nielsen Norman Group puts out, but overall, it's pretty okay. But design of everyday things. This is crucial. You can see this, right? That's the idea behind the book. He didn't write it with software in mind. In fact, in my edition, he has a note specifically to UX designers to stop calling Signifiers, affordances. He says, all of you are calling them affordances, but they're signifiers. Stop it. Okay. Then, for research, there's a pair of books that are really good. Don't Make Me Think and Rocket Surgery Made Easy by Steve Krug. He also has another one called The Inmates Are Running the Asylum. These are all great books. Steve Krug speaks in a very approachable way. You can see these books are fairly thin. They're good, quick, easy reads. They talk all about how to conduct a basic usability test and how to learn from users and all sorts of things. These are great, great, great books for that. A kind of beginner's approach to user research. We've got Measure What Matters by John Doerr. I have Don't Make Me Think. That's a good one. Very good, Molluscio. Yeah, Don't Make Me Think is great. Measure What Matters by John Doerr. This is when you start getting into more evaluative stuff. So you've kind of produced a design, probably is where this is going to come in. Unfortunately, you've made something, you want to see if it's actually going to hit what you hope it will hit. Now, as you get better and as you become more senior, you're going to start planning out what metrics you want to hit before designing. And you'll start designing towards those metrics. So, for example, for game design, for game UX, if you see that 30% of players are not finishing the tutorial, you then set that as your goal and say, we want to get that number down. We want to get more people coming out of the tutorial, and we need to figure out why. So then you start figuring out what are the metrics that are actually going to lead to success. You're going to start tying those into business objectives and say, hey, if we increase the amount of people that get past the tutorial, we think our revenue is going to go up by this much, right? Our player retention is going to go up, which will enhance our algorithm recommendation engine, which will lead to potentially this many more sales. And that's how you start talking when you get a little more senior. Measurement What Matters will help you do that. Okay. Badass, Making Users Awesome by Kathy Sierra. This is a very good, once again, fairly quick read, very open book layout. It's not a huge amount of words, but there's a lot of really interesting stuff in here. She talks about how people learn. She says really fascinating stuff that has stuck with me since I read it. Back in World War II, chicken production was really important. And the earlier they could identify a male or a female chick, that would enhance their ability to produce chicken. Very cheap, high protein food item, very valuable in the war effort when things are really tight. So they tried to figure out how can we sex these chickens as early as possible, not make them have sex, but determine what sex they are. And they noticed that some people were doing it way better than other people. And they did a ton of research. They tried to figure it out, and they literally couldn't figure out how this person is determining to a higher degree of accuracy a male or a female chicken, male or female chick. They then tried to have that person teach other people how to determine the gender more quickly. Didn't work. No visible changes. The thing that did work is having that expert sit over the shoulder of someone else. And as that other person was trying to determine male or female, the expert would say, right, wrong, right, wrong, right, wrong. And then that repetition does something to the brain. And now people could start more correctly assessing the sex of the chickens. It's fascinating. There's all sorts of cool examples in here. There's another one of identifying which planes are overhead in World War II. Is this an Allied plane, or is this a bomber that we need to go get into the shelters? It's virtually indistinguishable. Some people could do it, though. Same story as the chicks. So lots of really interesting stuff here on how to make people feel badass. Highly, highly, highly recommend Badass. Okay. Last one. This is, you start getting more into UX side things here. This is the Essential Persona Life Cycle. This was recommended to me by a mentor. Essential Persona Life Cycle by Tamara Odlin and John Pruitt. Personas are often maligned in UX because they're usually filled with stuff that isn't based on research and is just random garbage. I kind of don't care what their favorite cereal is, right? But this is one of the books that talks about how to actually use a persona, how to evolve it over the timeline of your business, how to match it to the needs of the business, and how to involve the research into it. Hey, look, like real research over here has been done. Isn't that neat? So those are some great books for UX if you're looking to get into those. Using your brain like the neural network. Those, yeah, Lime, for like the trying to understand things that don't make any sort of sense. 100%. Okay. So we're gonna grab color. There we go. I see what you're doing here. Okay. Gonna go back to the pigment, put that in there. Gonna go back to the gate. Then we're gonna say this pigment, but you're not gonna have the same thing. You don't have a color rect. So you are a gray thing. How are you becoming color? Pigment. Where are you changing the color of this thing? Because it's a grayscale sprite, and there's no shader. Modulate. Okay, yeah, there you go. Okay, so this is gonna be orb.modulate equals color. Okay. And then theoretically, if we go to world main, and I change this to be global.pigmentcolor.magenta. How do I change this to not be a free color wheel, but to give like the things? Whatever. We'll just change it to yellow right now just to see if the code is working. And go. Right before the ad starts. Hey, it's working. All right. So different ways we can handle this. We can do this in swatches, looking global to get the hex value for colors. I think I'll add those globals, and then I will add them into a swatch. So we can just really quickly click between them. Thank you so much. You're very welcome, Zymion. It's surprisingly hard to find any actual good recommendations without talking to people who do UX. It's a very misunderstood field, even from practitioners of it. It's messy. So I hope that's helpful, and we could dig more if you have anything specific. Like, hey, I really need to learn about this part of UX, and these books aren't really covering it. I can probably help. So we're here to support. Let me know. I have a really bad memory due to ADHD, so instead of relying on recall for becoming a better designer, I tend to rely on the instinct that I've built up from training my brain network. It doesn't always work, but it's been a decent coping mechanism. Sure, and I hear you. That's the thing about ADHD brains and neurotypical brains. You have to learn how to work differently, and that's going to have different drawbacks and benefits. There is no perfect system. It's all drawbacks and benefits. What are you willing to work with? Yeah. I don't know what I don't know yet. Yeah. Exactly, Zymion. And that's going to come into focus as you keep on working on things. That will become very clear very quick, or at least a lot of what you don't know will become visible to you. And like we were talking about yesterday with Sakura, is the best way to get better at something is making things. And not just tooling away on something forever, but building and releasing. Build, release. You have to have that release component. If people just were trying to identify that sex of those chickens without the person giving them feedback on it, it wouldn't lead to that neural network effect, right? So you'll get there. It's a matter of time. Be patient with yourself. And like I said, the core of your job is problem solving. So if you encounter new problems, that's okay. You're an intern. It's expected. Get to the problems as fast as you can. Yeah. Really need to learn how to make my UI UX not suck? Well, I hope I can help with that. If you have any specific questions about that, Tom, about like my UI or UX is sucking for these reasons, or players are having these problems with it, bring them here and we'll talk. We'll consult. Do your best. Absolutely, Zymion. We're rooting for you. We're rooting for you. So the big thing you need, especially at startups, the biggest thing you need is shortcuts to learning. That is true whether you're an intern or you're a principal. And it's just the higher up you get, the faster you get at shortcutting to learning. So if you're in a startup, that means putting it in front of people and getting their feedback before it releases. And put it in front of them as quickly as you possibly can before you think it's ready. Get feedback. And then repeat. If you do that, it's going to go a lot better. If you wait until it's released, there's going to be a lot of, oh, shoot, we didn't think about that moments. There always will be. Doesn't matter which designer you are. If you're not getting feedback, you will miss things. Players don't like my bright blue button on my dark red background. Something about it hurting their eyes. Kappa Infinite. How weird. Okay, now, Tom, before I move forward, is that a real thing? Are you genuine here? Swatches, add. And then we go back to magenta. Then we're going to add. Then we're going to go to, what all do we have? What are we planning for? Blue. We need blue. Add. No, I learned the mix of these two colors doesn't work for users. Okay. Great. And blue can work with red. Case in point, look at my overlay. These work very well together. We start getting into color theory, distance, contrast, value matching, all those sorts of things. There's a lot to talk about as far as making things that maybe don't work in some instances work in other instances. There's a lot we could talk about there. Okay. Red. Red color. Then swatch up. And then what else do we have? We have green. Add. And then cyan. Oh, come on, Joe. Add. All right, and then we're going to go back to magenta. But I also want to get rid of that yellow because that is a super fugly yellow. Gonna make it really bright, like really obviously yellow. There we go. Make it fit in tonality with the rest of them. Why are all these books not on my campus library, but in the sister campus? Oh, what a bummer. All right, take care, Dark Doombringer. Thank you for all of your work and for your support and for your guidance here during your work hours. Have a great lunch. Have a great rest of your day. Deeply appreciate you, friend. Okay. So if we hit F5, that is now yellow. Hooray. So we can put this down. And we have magenta still. And yellow is working. Great. Awesome. The color can greatly affect the light in the shaders, so you may have to tweak later. Oh, okay. Yeah. Fair. Fair enough. Very, very fair. Great. So there's that. We're going to move this one just over here, and then we're going to copy and paste. Oh, gosh dang it. I hate... Godot's Control-C just does not seem to work. What are you talking about? I'm not doing anything with the atlas. Copy. Paste. Like, this shouldn't be this hard. Oh my gosh. So it's the Control-V that it's freaking out about for some reason. It's thinking, like, the Control-C in the UI and the Control-V in the UI do not seem to be the Control-C and Control-V on the keyboard. Like, they're desynced somehow. I don't know. Very weird. Very weird. Okay. Now, I also want to make blue here. We're going to add pigment. Control-Shift-A, pigment. You are right here. You are blue. Your color is blue? We have blue and cyan. Oh, boy. All right. You. Copy. You. Paste. 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 Now we can kind of put these over here, kind of leading the player forward. Ooh, oh man. See, now I want to add in like an animation player to these pigments to have them kind of bob up and down. Ooh. Be interesting to see your view on the UI UX of some classic arcade games at some point. It was such a different era. I'm sure there's tons that could have been done differently. Absolutely. Absolutely. That would be a really fun thing to do. I would love to do that. Like go to like Ghosts and Goblins, because there's a lot that we've learned. There's also a lot that we've left behind. Right? So many of these games had next to zero UI because their UX was so good. Right? That's like Super Mario Brothers level 1-1. The UX of that level was so phenomenal. They did not need a tutorial. We've left behind a lot of stuff like that, where simple mechanics are communicated clearly and in specifically set up scenarios. I mean, it's absolutely brilliant. So I would love to do something like that. Because as well, there's a lot that could be learned, a lot that could have been improved. Absolutely. Now, granted, they were also working with a lot of technical limitations, but still. Digital design was very much so in its infancy in that time period. All right, let's go to global. I'm pretty sure. Oh, he put these back into dictionaries. Good for you, Dark Doombringer. Okay. Oh, and there are the colors. Oh, that's what he was talking about. Go into the global and look at the color hexes. He already put these in here. Okay. Okay. Got it. Let's modify that real quick. So we're gonna get red. Oh, actually that should just be our normal red. Normal green. Blue is probably gonna be a bit different. Let's go here. Let's grab our blue. We're gonna put that in there. Oh, it is the same. Okay, great. Love it. Global. Yellow is almost certainly gonna be different. Yeah, that's the old yucky yellow, which I don't. I'm gonna copy it over. I brought in the new yellow. Please don't murder me. We can change back if the shader lighting is forked. Okay. And then cyan. Okay. Cool. Looks like we're in the clear. The only thing we needed to change was that yellow. Okay. Flumptuous. All right. Global. All right. I want to start off without 5 blues. Where are we doing that? He commented out all this code. All right. Where are we starting off with a whole bunch of blue? Is it like in world, main world? No. Are we doing it in the orb? I don't think so. Go to global. Where's this happening? Pigment update dot emit color pigment inventory color plus equals 1. Pigment collect color. If collected colors of color equals false, collected colors of color equals true, which is here. So we have our dictionary of values and a bool. Signal bus dot player changed color dot emit. Okay, so this is not what we're looking for, I think. I think it's this one. Collect pigment. Where is that getting triggered? Are you hooked up to a signal somewhere? Collect pigment. It is only once. Okay. Let's do a global search for that. Okay. Let's do another search for global.blue. Yeah, that's not doing what we're needing. What would it be? Oops. Pigment color. Pigment color dot blue. Okay, here we go. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and comment that out. Commenting this out as blue orbs exist now. We're gonna throw the F5. Okay, good. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There we go. Love it. Now that's a weird thing that happens. I don't understand why that is. But then we have our magentas. There we go. Okay. Grab that. It is now all magenta. We can go here. Grab some yellows that are all way out of reach. Okay. That's just fine. Do you want to align these? I wish there was an easy way to do this in Godot. Let's go ahead and just put them all right on that line. There we go. And then let's put them on threshold like lines here so that it is spaced out more evenly. That will feel good to the human eye. Drag all that over, and then we can grab these all the blue, excuse you. Oh, because it's a node, not a node 2D. I got 3 out of all the recommendations from my campus library, so yay for that. That's great. Really, honestly, if all you get is the design of everyday things and by Don Norman and then any book by Steve Krug, that's a decent start to a fundamental kind of conceptual understanding of UX. Yeah, so this is can I change this to be a node 2D so that I can have a position with it? There we go. All right. You got both of those. Good. Great. Awesome. You're on a good start then. 3, 4, 5. There we go. I have to add a little animation player here to make them bob up and down. I have to. Oh man. All right. Animation, new, bob. We're gonna make this the default animation. We're gonna go to we don't animate the root node. Learned that. Do not animate the root node. Bad times happen if you animate the root node. We are going to animate the transform of the sprite. Position. Create. We're going to set this to like 2 seconds. And then at 1 second, you will go up 10 pixels. Key. There we go. And then 2, you go back down to 0. Key. And then we're going to cubic this. We're going to make it loop. Much better, much better. Okay. Cool. There's unfortunately only one copy of Baddest by Kathy Sierra in my entire country that's in libraries. Wow, crazy. It seemed like a good book to get. It's a very good book to get. Yeah, I highly recommend it. It will change how you think um, about like knowledge acquisition for users, which is a lot of UX. Is how do we teach them? Okay. Gonna have sounds on there. There we go. Let me actually restart this and not pick those up and see if it works. It does work, but it's probably fine. Glows. There we go. Grab the magentas. I'm doing this again because I want to check the behavior. Is it supposed to zero out? Probably not. The color counts up here. Yeah, okay. Just want to make sure that wasn't some weird thing with blue that was being unique about it. Okay. Great. We have made good progress. We have made things. Things exist. Congratulations. Pat yourselves on the back. Well done. Let's get painting. How many times can I postpone doing this? Can I do shift? I can do shift. Okay. I kind of want like a big, broad expanse to be able to run in. So when the monster starts chasing you, you just have to get back here. And then you know you're like in the safe. It's like, oh, thank heavens. And we run in, right? We want that kind of moment. That denouement, so to speak. Okay. So I don't want to do like a harsh vertical divide here. Let's just start kind of, throwing in some interesting geometry. What are some things that we can do? Like we said, we want tight spaces that the player can funnel the monster into. So what if we go... We're also making these 5 things wide. So we'll go ahead and do that. Make that 3 squares tall to be able to have the monster come through it. Get rid of these. Add in an extra route here. You kind of have like a big, long back and forth sort of stage. Get rid of that one so the monster can slip through right in there. And then maybe put right here, and we'll put the pigment up there. Then you come out here, bring this across, and so we have like a pigment here to guide the player, pigment up there. We'll have maybe something kind of in the middle-ish here. Once again, 5 squares long. And the reason I'm keeping it to that is because we want to ideally keep sizes fairly consistent. So you can see how this feels better than this did, right? It's because we like repeated shapes. That's a visual design principle, is repeated shapes. So if everything is a different shape, it's going to feel discordant. If you have everything be one shape, it will feel very solid, stable, and we'll kind of like that. If you have a set of like 3 different shapes that you use, it will feel very cohesive and together. Currently filling out a recommendation for my university library to get the book, so hope that happens. Cheers, absolutely. Best of luck. Okay. Now, what's kind of an interesting platforming space we can do here? It looks like Triple D here has a lot of stuff coming out from the edges and these kind of terraced sides, which I do like. It does make it feel more organic, right? So like if we do that, then that is going to have a couple of effects. First off, the player isn't going to want to go over here. They will jump up and they will immediately see, oh, I'm supposed to go up. It's going to lead the eye upward. it makes it feel a little bit more intentional, a little bit less like, hey, there's just this floating space here. Yeah, there we go. Is it worth doing like this much? I don't know. But I mean, this is more visually interesting in my opinion than this was, right? This feels kind of haphazard. Now this feels like it's built in and it is supposed to serve some sort of purpose. There's something to that. I'm going to actually extend these out a little bit to maintain that continuity. There we go. And we don't have to follow this, religiously. This is just something to draw on if we want it. Once again, having the same change in steps. So go by one step instead of two, like we have here, right? It indents by two. If we make everything consistent with one, now once again, it's feeling a lot more stable. We could even go reverse, right? We can do kind of this opposite way. I like this corner break too. I think that's good. I don't know if that was intentional or not, but I really like it. It once again makes it feel a little bit more lived in. I'm actually going to extend this out a little bit. Okay. Now we need a way to communicate we have a double jump. Or we need to make double jump not necessary. So how high up are we jumping here? Let's get a good benchmark going. So we jump from here. We can jump 1, 2, 3. We jump approximately 4 squares high. Now, double jump. How high can we get? About here. So that adds 2 squares. So it's approximately 6 squares high. So we need to introduce something 6 squares tall that you could only reach by double jumping. And you have to do this in order to progress. Maybe we can have this here and then get rid of this. 3, 4. Yeah, so you will have to do a double jump there. We'll get rid of this. Okay, let's try that out. So we grab the orb, move forward. We can't. Okay, but then if we double jump, yeah, okay, great. I'm gonna move this pigment down here to draw the player to it. Saying, yes, this is where you're supposed to go, and this is where you go next. Now, we may need to add like a picture of the player jumping in the background with like an arrow arcing over to communicate, hey, you do jump here. This is, there's a double jump here. That may come later, though. Okay. We've got this whole space. Jump up, jump up. I hope my reasons are seen as good enough. Yeah, keep me up to date. I want to know how that all goes. Grab our gray square. Okay, that's 4 space. So that's a double jump up. 1, 2, 3, 4. So that's double jumps, 4 double jumps. 1, 2, 3. Probably a single jump. 1, 2, 3, a single jump. Yeah, I think that's fine. Hey, Hypnotic Games! So good to see you! Welcome in! Glad you're here. Hope your day is going well. We'll report back once I hear something about it. Lovely. Can't wait to hear about it. So what I was thinking about here in this room is, do we want to require them to do a double jump to get to this first platform, and a double jump here and a double jump here, and then a single and then a single? That flow seems a little bit weird. I'm actually going to make a little node here, and this is going to be level design notes. I'm going to add in a label. And this is going to be flow seems odd here. Start with single jump and move to doubles. Make it obvious what is double or single. Okay. So we grab our label. Grab our label. There we go. And I can just throw this right here. We're going to auto wrap on Word. And let's see, how do I change the width? Size, 400. There we go. Lovely. We're gonna make this centered. Now, this is a comment for myself for the level design, and when we're all done putting these on, oh, and I can let me actually make this a 2D node so that I can change the visibility. If it's just a node, you can't do visibility. So now I can just turn them all on or off and come back to them as I need them. Copy that label. Paste. Gosh, dang it, I hate this. Right click, copy, paste. We're going to bring this over here. I had another comment I wanted to leave, right? Oh, yeah, right here. Background sprite communicating double jump. Okay, there we go. Now let's keep going on this collision layer. We have ads coming up in just a minute. Got a case number that I can follow as they process your request. Lovely. That's great. Happy to hear that. Great. Tile map. Here we go. So we have this kind of jumping test of height. Let's maybe go for a jumping test of length. Okay. Once again, in level design, it's usually a good idea to have some sort of goalpost you're trying to teach the player about with your level design and help them feel very cool about. If you just go in saying, I don't know, I need a level, it's going to be really hard to figure out what to put on there. Design as a whole doesn't really exist without constraints. And having some sort of goal of this is what we're trying to accomplish is your constraint. Now, it looks like some stuff has broken in the player timer. Anyways, we're going into ads. We'll be right back. What are you reading right now? We'll be back. All right, welcome back. Welcome back. You can't duplicate it with Control C and Control D. I haven't tried Control D. Let me try that real quick. Let's grab label and hit Control D. Okay, so duplicate works, but I can't hit Control C, Control V. It goes to some other thing. Currently reading You Will Get Through This Night. Very lovely. Nice. I am reading, a couple of different things. I am reading Gamification for Product Excellence, Rules of Play, and then I'm also reading, what's it called? Jim Butcher's Pokemon series. Codex Alera. Yeah, Codex Alera. Which is a book series about the Lost Roman Legion getting combined with Pokemon. So there you go. It's interesting. I'm disappointed in it because when I hear Pokemon, I want like my monsters. I want Squirtle, I want Bulbasaur. And so far, I'm only at like page 50. But so far, they're only like spirits that have names and personalities, but you don't get to see them. They're just, it's really a lot more like avatars, a lot more like bending than it is Pokemon. Steamed Cocoa Super Late Raider. Pseudo Hacks, thank you so much for hanging out for that raid and for that raid message. Appreciate it. Trying to read the tea leaves. Oh my gosh, you and the rest of the world. Holy cow. No cuddly creatures? I don't know. Like, Jim Butcher, Codex Alera series. Do the spirits have bodies? Right, they're called Furies. Right. Do the Furies have bodies? It's called the anthropomorphized theory, the difference between the two schools of Furycraft. One school is the less societal school, the more country bumpkin theory, people outside the main citizenry. The people of the valley and in the steadholds around the country bond to Furies and they take shape. The main characters, Furies, for example. Some people believe that the Furies these people bond to take this shape as a result of the bond, that they were just waiting for someone to come along, and some part of that Aleran fused with the Fury to make it the shape of a cat. Okay, so they may have shapes. They might be boring shapes, like just a cat or an eagle or a mouse. Fury has both some agency and some sentience here. More civilized folk don't believe this. Their school thinks Furies simply respond to the beck and call of the crafter. There is no inherent shape. There is no sentience to Furies unless they are great Furies. Okay, the crafters outside the city are just using part of their ability to invoke shape into the type of Furies they command. It is all in the mind of the Aleran and nothing more. Any perceived personality is just the crafter's subconscious about how whatever shape the Fury takes should act. They will, the people of the cities bond to a particular type of Fury, but they do not shape them. They just have access to those kinds of Fury craft. There's no inherent strength in either school. Okay. Yeah, it's a big bummer. So what if I do like Codex, Alera, Bernard, Brutus, which is supposedly like the main character, right? Okay, all right. It looks like we may get some shapes here, maybe, but it's like I don't know. It still seems kind of squiddly wampus. Like, so this is the main character, and then we've got, or I guess the main character's uncle or something, and then his Fury. So this is nice. Are there like others? Like, this is just like generic water elemental, right? When I hear Pokemon, I want big, cool monsters of a bunch of different shapes. Like, this is just Lord of the Rings, Elrond summoning the horses in the water to go wash away the Ringwraiths, right? Like, it's not Elrond that does that. It's, what's his name? Shoot. Can't remember. It's that one, like, mythical strength elf That could have soloed the Balrog by himself, but he didn't go. So yeah, this is a bit of a bummer for me. I'm working to kind of reframe my perspective on it so that I can enjoy it more. Yeah, they seem like a lot closer to bending meets what is it from Harry Potter? The Patronuses, which is disappointing for me. Spirits and Whatnot feels like it fits with detective novels. I could see that, yeah. These are books, Mothman, yeah. So it's worth noting, Lime Blossom is bringing up, this is Jim Butcher, the author, who wrote the Dresden Files series. So this is an urban fantasy magician detective, right? So yeah, I can see how that would stay in that sort of realm that he was already comfortable writing. Okay, Hit Out, good to see you. Welcome in. I'm complaining about Jim Butcher. I'm complaining about how in a book that's described and was conceptualized as Pokemon meets the Lost Roman Legion, the quote-unquote Pokemon that we get are just like spirits without any like super strong corporeal form, or they're just boring forms, you know, like a dog or a cat. Like, this is just lame to me. It's very disappointing. And so I'm trying to reconceptualize, well, that's the way of King's art, reconceptualize as not Pokemon, but rather like Avatar meets the Lost Roman Legion, or, you know, Patronuses from Harry Potter meets the Lost Roman Legion. So, I mean, the Lord of the Rings books or movie were summoning the horses at the Fort of Beard. Right, the books. Yeah, I know in the movie it was, what's her face? Which was a good change, because, like, she needed some reason to exist in that plot. That was a good change that they made. I can't remember her name. Gosh dang it. Lord of the Rings elves. Who are the like big elves? Key elves. Main elves. Arwen. Okay, that was the one who did it in the thing, in the movie. It wasn't Gil-galad that did it in the books. It was, shoot. Elf's book, Council of Elrond. Because he was there, right? He was in the Council of Elrond. Who was all attending that? Sloth, so good to see you, friend. Welcome in. It's going very well. I'm getting sidetracked from my Game Jam submission. How are you doing? Nintendo will still find a way to sue him. So, Joe, apart from the main gameplay issues, is there any judge category that my game needs work in? Are you ready for us to do like your critique? Because you did sign up. Should we do that right now? Let's do it right now. Let's jump into your critique. So today is a critique day, by the way. If you wanted a critique on your submission, go ahead and sign up here. That will make you eligible for Most Growth. We're going to jump into Chromatic here. Take a look. And the feedback that was asked for was, I believe, anything and everything. So we'll take a look. So let's go with the question that you just asked, Alamad, of is there anything in a judged category that my game needs work in? So what are the judgment categories? Runability, theme implementation, ingenuity, polish, VFX pack usage, and GDD. We talked about your GDD. It's a very good GDD. In a sense, we could go deeper into that if you'd like. There's a lot that could be detailed in that. And frankly, you know, this is a pot calling the kettle black. I haven't really done our GDD yet, so. Elrond did the flood in the books? Okay, I thought it was that other big elf. Jeez, every time. I thought it was, not Gil-galad, but there's some, like, legendary strength elf in those books that doesn't go with the Fellowship. And the only reasoning is because he would have been able to have killed the Balrog. Doing good, setting up a PvP survival server for Minecraft. Nice, very cool, love it. Gonna head to bed, but thank you so much for all the reading recommendations. I'll read them once I get my hands on them. Best of luck, Zymeon. I cannot wait to hear how this internship goes. And just remember, you are a problem solver, not a UI designer. That is your main job, problem solving. So as soon as a new problem shows up, that's perfectly fine. You go and solve it. That's it. That's all you gotta do. All right.
You were born into a world which appears to be colorless, tasteless, meaningless. But you are also born with the ability to make this colorless, tasteless, meaningless place into a meaningful world.
I wouldn't mind a skip there, to be frank. Glorfindel! That may be it. Yeah. Yeah, was Glorfindel at the Council of Elrond? Yes, he was. Okay, yeah, that's who I thought summoned the horses. Okay, great, perfect. Thank you, Mothman. So runability, game runs just fine. I didn't really notice very many bugs. I'm gonna turn the game volume down a smidge. Theme implementation, it implements chromatic. Signal to noise ratio. I think you've got this minimalist aesthetic, which is very heavy on the signal. And then as you kind of move forward in the levels, you start playing with signal to noise a lot more. I think the bloom actively plays into signal to noise. Like, this is a lot of noise, right? It's fun to play with that. You can introduce more noise to create an effect. I think that's fair.
Meaning is not without emotion, without color.
Ingenuity. Does the game feature innovative mechanics or storytelling elements? I like that we've got some voice acting. Plot could use some work. We could talk about storytelling if you'd like. The mechanic that is most interesting here is not even the absorption in my mind. It is the repeating the same level and then watching it change. So I would personally appreciate some sort of recognition of that between levels. Like, we had a little bit of text and voice over work in there. You can explain, why is the world changing? Like, maybe you have done your work, you have introduced value, you've introduced brightness into the world. Now you need to rest. And when you return, things have changed. And now you need to work on the next part of this world, right? Have some sort of in-world justification for why you are repeating the level. And play with it even more. Like, play with changing the layouts even more. Because this second level is the exact same.
A banana will only be a banana if it is smooth.
Right? And you can clarify that, right? You can say, and enhance the jaggediness of all this. Make it really clear that you're changing it from noise to smoothness. What was I saying? Yes, this level changes, which is great. That's what we want to see earlier. Like, these spikes are a good sort of representation of, oh, this is the same thing. I remember these in this very particular layout. And now we have this addition. This is cool. I want to see changes in the second level too, to really communicate that. Also, I don't know if this is a bug you really want to fix or not. I don't think it's a huge problem, but it is a slightly weird thing. You helped. You did help. You did help, Mothman. And then there's the other changes we talked about in the previous one. This pit? I don't know. Oh, it's empty now. There we go. Bop. 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 I like the VFX pack usage on nuking dudes on popping them, right? The VFX frame rate on that needs to be a lot higher. It's right, it's very stuttery. But what happens if I get drained here and this guy gets a whole bunch of color? Okay, so I was gonna say, it would be very cool if when the color is drained out of the player and you jump on them, the color is put on as a shader on top of that burst, right? So you have your VFX and it's colored to be the same color as the thing that you just stomped on. That would be another way to kind of bring that idea of color into this, tie the VFX pack a little bit more into the actual game. And then it would also be good to have what you are doing impact the Goombas that are stealing it from you. Because right now, it seems like they always just turn purple. It would be great if in the first level, instead of turning purple, they start glowing. Right? You lose brilliance, they gain brilliance. In the second level, they start changing saturation and color. In this level, they're all jaggedy, and then they start rounding out into their normal shapes. That would reinforce as well the theme of what you're trying to accomplish in the levels. Having some sort of a sound effect here as well, and an indicator, hey, it's done! Like a ding, and you could have, this would be another opportunity for a VFX integration, right? When you hit the end, some sort of burst or something, or even in the background, having some big thing happen. To really sell to the player, hey, good job, you did it. The explosion there feels a little gratuitous, not in the inappropriate way, but just in the like, does this need to be here? Does this really reinforce the theme? I don't think so. And then we have our little game here. This would be a great opportunity to integrate some of those VFX, right? There's currently no VFX usage in this entire section. How far can I get if I just spam? There it goes. And we crash. I'd like to see more VFX pack usage or more impactful VFX pack usage, because we've got this big explosion. Once again, it doesn't feel like it ties in with the experience very well. Like it's a cute, clever thing. It doesn't really give me what you're looking for here. As well as polish goes, you can have like a little level with your little chroma guy in the background here, hanging out, maybe moving back and forth, or you know, being sad in a plain gray world, right?
You were born into a world
Yeah, I'd really like a
that
skip
used
here.
to be colorless, tasteless, meaningless, but you are also born with the ability to
Being
make this
born
colorless
into a world like that is a little weird.
meaningless
Like,
place.
being born means you have
You are
family,
born into a
so
world
there's like some sort of existence in this world. Instead, you could say like you wake up in a world, or your first thoughts are of a, you know, whatever. What sort of VFX in the 2048 could I use? You could use any sort of effect when things combine. You can use an effect on move. You could we'll take a look at that specifically in just a bit, but we can brainstorm some ideas there. Yeah, running, I like these particle effects that you have here. This is also a good opportunity for the VFX pack. I think he has a little dust poof, right? If we go to the previews, yeah, no, not the water burst. What about impact wind? Kind of. Impact shockwave? You could do impact shockwave on landing. So right there, have the... Let's see if I can find... Because I believe Dark Doombringer brought in all of them. I think it's that one. Or something very similar to that. The impact... the file name is impact shockwave. Ooh, or this one. Yeah, what is this one? What is that? Wind ground... Oh. Wind ground alpha left you could use at the start of moving. There's... Where is that one? It's not charge. It's not dash wind. Not explosion. is it? Ah, land, wind, white. Land, wind, white is this one. That's perfect for a drop and landing, right? When you gather something, you could have some sort of effect like this, right? Like a lightning bolt or something. On death, you can have an effect. On player death, like when they hit the spikes. Also, we could use more spikes in the rest of the level. Don't be afraid to use those spikes. You set it up as a mechanic, let's, like, reuse it. Especially in levels 2 and 3. So yeah, press E to absorb. Give me some juicy moment there to say, like, yeah, you did it. Good job. You can even have stuff in the background. You could have, like, a giant flame in the background, right? That's probably not going to fit what is in your head for this thing, but I'm just trying to give ideas to, like, look outside of what it is that we're probably thinking of. Yeah, once again, he's turning purple. I would love... Oh, he's a rainbow. Okay. I would love that to be the second level and brilliance to be the first one. To, once again, tie into itself. Anytime you're doing something like this, you want to have as many things tie into each other as possible. That will make it feel very intentional. What do you think about the update you showed in Discord? Hold on, let me refresh this page so we get out of that. Which update in Discord? Let me throw this up here. I can't share this, unfortunately. So I'll just watch through it and narrate it. Looks like things are similar. We got a camera pan out as you absorb things. That's cool. Made the jump a little less floaty. Added in a dash. Okay. That's going to increase empowerment, right? By giving a little bit more air mobility. Seems like it's hard to ground pound onto an enemy. Oh. Okay. I don't know what you did there. You're throwing... Are you throwing your color as a projectile? And then throwing the color turns... creates a crystal? I like that you're doing some color shading on the VFX for these projectiles and these little grenade ball things you're hurling around. Only having effects when it lands on the ground, I think, is creating a bit of a strange thing. So if there's an effect when you throw it, an effect when it hits an enemy, and an effect when it hits the ground, I think that would be good. Right now, it seems to only be when the crystal gets spawned. And I like that flame getting thrown up to indicate that the crystal has spawned in. I think that's a slick transition. And then the less color you have, you zoom in. That's kind of interesting. Kind of makes it feel a little more scary. And I think that's actually a good call because you're going to be in a more dangerous state, theoretically, right? You're lower on your color. Now, we are spawning colored crystals on that first level, which is brilliance. Once again, I want those crystals to represent brilliance. And then the next level to be color. And then the level after that to be noise. Right now, it isn't... it doesn't feel like it's tying together. It doesn't feel smooth because we are picking up color from the crystals and then we have only one level where color is actually happening. But I do like the effects on the crystal spawning. I really like that. Okay. Let's see here. What else? Right, we wanted to talk about 2048. Just keep in mind that with the changes like adding in that projectile and stuff, you're going to want that represented in your GDD somewhere, right? So we'll check that out in just a sec. We'll go ahead and go to And when you click on these things, this is another opportunity for VFX if you wanted to really jam pack it full. Now, you don't have to use a lot of VFX for this, but it's about creative usage, right? Creativity with the application of them. So you could have only one VFX in your game if it is leveraged in a really clever, powerful, creative way, then that's valid. Now let's jump to the GDD real quick. Yeah, I don't see the attack being represented in here. We definitely want that. And then as well, GDD refinements that you could do. You could have the password in your GDD, right? That's not going to hurt anything. Have the password in your GDD so that people can use that to see what is left in your game if they can't finish that puzzle. We could group things together a little bit more. There's this kind of flow chart here, but it's not necessarily like a flow, right? Like you could extract gameplay loop into its own section with the controls here as a section, and then your core loop as the header sort of a thing, right? So there's stuff that could be done with organization here to make it a little more clear if you were wanting to level up that GDD a little bit more. The more specific you get in the GDD, the more like AAA studio you start to get close to. So if you start saying the value for the jump is going to be this, and we are going to have puzzles that represent these mechanical challenges, and this is what the puzzle is going to look like. The more detailed it gets, the more you start going into AAA designer territory. That's just how it is. Not updated the GDD link yet. I figured as much. Yeah, we'll do that tomorrow. Yeah, absolutely. So here, first off, animations would be huge. Sliding things over would be so helpful for communicating the state of this game. When things spawn in, have a little bit of an effect, right? Because that's a hard thing to keep in mind here is like, oh, something new has popped up. It's very helpful to be able to see where that new thing has popped up. There we go. 4, 4, 4, 4, 8, 16, 4. There we go. 8, 16, 64. There we go. GG. Hold on. Is this the time? Am I going to do it? 16. There we go. Like sometimes it feels like things move in a way that I don't expect. And having some more feedback to the player would be instrumental in resolving that. There we go. There we go. Cleaning it out. There we go. There we go. There we go. Down, over, up, right, down, left, right, A, B, select, start. I've become lost. I have completely subsumed into here. This is not what I should be doing. But here it is. So yeah, spawning in, combining things. This is another opportunity for some sort of feedback. And you can look at the original 2048 to see where did they incorporate things, because they did a really good job on this. Uh-oh. No! Darn. So, is that helpful, Alamad? Did we we talk about things you were hoping we would talk about? Did we get to something that is being helpful? Do you have a clear vision of maybe some things you can improve upon for your casual submission? I can't put 2 days just to make the sliding things part. I tried. It's really brainy. I understand. I understand. That's what we all have to decide is what is worth our time? What is the greatest impact for the effort we have available to give? Absolutely. Reducing the 512 to 128 also works because then you would think it's a small part of the game. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's a really good idea is lowering those goalposts, making it a little more accessible, especially for game jams, not jam gams. Especially for game jams, we talk about this all the time. Make your game jam game accessible. Let people have fun with it and do the thing that they want to do in it. A game jam is not really the time for hyper difficult, long things. People kind of want to just experience it and then get to the next one. So yeah, as far as ingenuity goes, I think the biggest thing to improve upon there is your level design and making the levels feel unique and different but similar. And that's like the most new innovative thing that is in that project. From a mechanical perspective, from a visual perspective, if you can make the crystals tie into luminance and noise and the enemies tie into luminance and noise instead of just color, then that's really going to reinforce kind of your setting and your theme and do a lot of good stuff for you. So yeah, any other thoughts, questions? Okay. Thank you for submitting for critique, by the way. I've still been working too much on the exit button. Yeah, I mean, it's a big thing that you added, and it's a really cool, novel thing, but this is project management, right? It's this is a cool, novel thing. Oh, even more than project management. Hold on, we can take this into our very fun Kano model, right? So if you've got basic expectations here, you've got features here, and you've got delighters here. So this is perceptions of satisfaction and delight to the player compared to how much effort it is to build, right? Basic expectations, you have to have these. If you do not have these, they are negative satisfaction, enjoyment, delight to the player. You have to have these. It's like going to a hotel room where there's broken glass on the floor. Like, no, it's not going to work. I don't care if you give me the room for free. If there's like hypodermic needles all over the place, I'm not going to stay there. Features are things like your jumping, your color absorption, your beating an enemy. These are features. Delighters are stuff like your exit button. That's an unexpected, cool little thing, but you can't go all of these because you also need these things. You can't go pure delighters because you'll lose out on basic expectations. That is a difficult thing, and that's another reason why game jams are helpful for that sort of thing. So, anyways, there you go. I'm going to access out. We are not doing power-ups. We are not doing artifact gathering. And we're doing the rest. Okay. The show very helpful. Goodbye and good night. I'm glad it was helpful. I'm glad it was. If there's something else you can think of that you'd like some more feedback on, feel free to reach out, and we'll keep on talking and workshopping and see what we can do together. Okay. Let's go back into this level design here. We've got this fun little space over here. What else can we do? We need a way for the monster to be able to like reach the player. So we need to have the monster be able to jump up. Let's go ahead and where do we go with this? Let's put this here, and then we'll put like in the middle, just as kind of a visually different way to do this. Let's copy the gates here. We're going to bring this over here. There we go. And you are going to be green. Your swatch will be green. Blue. Collision layer, paint. We're going to drop that square right in there. So we need some sort of platform coming out. I was thinking we could put like a little shelf here and then have a pigment right here. So it's like, oh, you run in here and you grab the pigment, but then like the monster's still going to be just aggroed on top of you. And that's not going to feel good because I don't think we have a monster that's smart enough to say like, oh, I can't reach them, I'm going to leave, right? So what do we do here? I kind of like that idea of getting past a sort of a choke point. We can do it right here. So we can have like the pigment right here, and then these sort of little mini platforms that the player can jump on. Yeah. That'll be a double jump. That'll be a double jump. Put that there. Well, no, I like that. Let's do 3 square increments instead. So 1, 2, 3. I think that's going to be single jump territory. And then in. Okay? So we've got go. Where is yellow? We've got one right up here. We've got one right here. We've got one down here. Got one. We need 2 more. So let's maybe have one like up here. And then another one kind of over here. All right. Let's go ahead and go back around this idea of giving the player some spaces that they can duck into when they need to in this first space. This is a pretty open thing. This is going to be a speed challenge to get away. We need some place for them to go in order to escape from this thing. So we can have like this, right? If we put Blades with the raid. Hello, Blades. How are you? Welcome in. That might be too big of a jump for the monster to make, so you can like jump up there, grab the pigment. Oops. Grab the pigment, and then the monster will not be able to reach you. Blades, what have you been up to, friend? Welcome in. What were you streaming today? For those who don't know, Blades is of course, everyone's aware of Blades, longtime friend of the channel. Blades has been trying to make time in their very hectic schedule to do streaming, and they've been doing a lot of game dev and other stuff. So, streaming game dev, what were you working on? So if you're not following Blades, definitely go give him a follow and check out what he's up to. He's putting a lot of work into this. Work on your black hole game. Nice. I saw a game the other day that I was thinking about your black hole game with. Peg. Shoot, what was it? It's in my wish list. The problem is my wish list is like 700 games long. Peg Idol. Yeah, and I think I sent this to you as well. But this one is so compelling to me. I really want to pick this up someday because it seems like such a visually satisfying idle incremental game. And I think that's something that incremental games tend to miss. They get a lot of big numbers, but they don't get that like visual satisfaction. I think that's what Chillquarium hit on. And it's why they have such a big base, even though the game is pretty darn simple and very basic. It has 5,000 very positive reviews for Chillquarium because it's just a visually cool thing to have in the background. Many incremental games miss that, and I think this one does it in a really interesting way. Data Potato is sponsoring the Chromatic Casual submission. Okay. Cool. Yeah, so Blades, that's very cool. How is your black hole game progressing? How's it going? Back to our collision layer, paint, grab you. So we can get up here. The monster can't follow because it's lengthy and thin. So like the monster will jump up, probably miss, and then fall down, and then be out of range. And they'll go back to patrolling, right? So that'll be a fun little moment. What if we just did something really dumb? Just like a pillar. Then put blast pigment in this little cup. So you have to jump in the cup. I don't know. That may be dumb. Let's try it out. Today I just polished the UI UX and made sure everything works. I'd like your feedback on it at some point. Absolutely. Just let me know. Yeah, I'd love to provide some feedback. I don't have any actual gameplay yet, though. I mean, you've got some, at least from your previous Game Jam, right? From the Game Jam submission. He's an old jam mate. Who's an old jam mate? Blades? All right, we have to return the color first, and then we can... but... See, something is happening here with the player controller where it is... Like the knockback timer is busted for some reason. What is our knockback timer? I'm going to turn this back on just to see if that's what's breaking. Changing it up so much, I just created a whole new project. Fair. That's, this is the way, right? That's what you always do. You get into refactor mode and you're like, oh man, I should just not even deal with the old stuff that I built. Oops, jumped right past that one. Grab that. Okay. It's because the knockback timer is moving incredibly slowly. Okay. Got it. So times our frame rate, right? And that's what's going to make it go by a lot, like 1 per second, which may still be too slow. In fact, I'm going to, for debug purposes, we're going to go ahead and move the player over here. Oh, but that's not going to be enough, is it? Shoot. All right. Talking about Mr. Potato. Oh, Mr. Potato is an old jam mate of yours. Got it. Are they helping out with the casual submission? You say they're sponsoring it. I've never seen a sponsor for a submission to a game jam. Okay. Yeah, that knockback needs to get worked out. Whoops. There we go. So we actually can single jump it all. Okay, great. That flow actually works then. There we go. Got that. Grab that. Woo! Oh, see, here's a soft lock. This is why we playtest. Okay. Let's go ahead and paint in here. Like, this is something that's very obvious, and I could have potentially seen this problem beforehand, but, we're new. All about learning, right? Problem solving. Okay. There we go. It's a little tight right there. Let's get rid of that. So that is breaking our shape language, but I think it's for the betterment of the level, so I'm going to leave it in. Got yellow. Great, we are now yellow. Love it. Oh, and our player doesn't seem to be responding very well to that. Okay, that's a tight jump right there. So let's go ahead and bring this down a little bit and get rid of that. There we go. This is feeling a little cramped and haphazard. What if we... Yeah, I think this is what we're going to do. We're going to get rid of these. We're going to put them over here. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We'll do this whole thing. Yeah, that feels like a much better flow. Much better. So we need to move this pigment. Oops, 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 oops. Which one is this? There we go. Pigment right there. Okay. Great. So we've got these pigments. We can head back. Is this going to let us open the gate? Oh, right. It's yellow. So we go back to the very beginning. That's where our yellow gate was. Huzzah, magic powers! Great. Okay, we're getting there. We're getting there. I meant helping with some audio. Oh, very cool. Love it. Sounds great, Alamad. Your color is disappearing because you're in darkness and your health is going down. The negative values are causing you to glow again. Hilarious. Yeah, we'll deal with that all a little bit. I really want to make sure that I get levels kind of baked in here. Good to see you again, Dark Doombringer. Welcome in. There we go. So now that we have yellow, what happens with yellow? I think what we can do is have like the final area be like down here, right? So in order to get back to the thing, you will have to take the longest route back to the beginning. So have it in between the next two. Loving the level design so far. I'm glad. I'm kind of, I don't know if you were here for it, bringing in this sort of step language to make it feel like a structure, like it's something that exists. We're using 5 square wide platforms for the majority of things, obviously not everything. I'm like over here, it's a little bit broken, but keeping those things a little bit consistent to create a sense of a verisimilitude, right? A world existing is the thought. I'm glad you're liking it. I'm glad you're liking it. So what we need is we need to have this swoop down. Like go way down and then kind of come over here. And this is our yellow room where we will be looking for, what are we looking for next? Red. And then we can have, or no, we need to do green so we can hit here. And then this is red, which will hook down like over to here. And then we have cyan over here, which will be the last one. Okay. I worry about this a little bit because we're kind of ping-ponging the play around. We go up here, and then over here, then we have to come all the way back, and then we'll have to come all the way back over here, and back, and then we have to go, you know, grab that bill. So I'm a little worried about that. We'll keep an eye on it. Did about 3 hours today for stream only because I found a good stopping point, because I didn't want to start implementing gameplay and I have to stop in the middle of something. Sure, absolutely. Yeah, I think that's very fair. That's very, very, very fair. The darkness is a mechanic to drive the player to need to move quickly to get back into the light. We could disable it if that would make things faster. It was an attempt to keep some of the idea about the radiation. Yeah. Since we're not picking up resources anymore, that you're like, returning to the base is a lot less valuable. Because before it was go back to the base and hey, now you've got like all of these cool upgrades you can pick from to make it better for you to go out there next time. And since we kind of axed those, I don't think needing to return to the base is a very satisfying thing anymore. That's my opinion. I'd be curious to hear what you think, Dark Doombringer, because I'm totally open to other interpretations there. That's just my inkling, that it will probably just be a better experience if we don't deal with it because of that lack of reward for returning. Let's go ahead and duplicate all that. Bring these down here. We're going to rename this to be green. These are all green and green. Green and green. The darkness is centered on the orb, so you have to go back there to restore your health. It acts as a safe haven for the monster as well. Yes. And I think having, we do still need to have that, right? We still need to have the health. We need to have the health recuperate when you are hit by the monster and stuff. Like, we do need this space. It does need to exist. I don't know. I do like the idea, though, that it is forcing the player to move quickly. I mean, that is good dramatic tension. It is good dramatic tension, but maybe slowing it down. I don't know. I need to think about it some more. I think that's a good point. It does add to the experience, but it would be more work to balance. We could have you just change color the moment you get the last pigment of a color. I don't actually like that. I like the way we have it. I think having to retrace your steps and get back to there creates that sense of like rising and falling tension, right? If you just get the orb if you get the color as soon as you pick up the last one, then you just start moving through and you don't really care about the monster. You're just speedrunning it. But since you do have to return back, you do have to keep the position of the monster in mind, because you don't just outrun it. You now have to like loop it around like Dead by Daylight type sort of stuff, right? You have to plan your route to get back carefully and execute on it well. And I think that is a good part of the game. I like the retracing steps. The feeling we want is fear, right? Yeah. I think you're dead right. I think that will enhance that feeling of fear. Yeah. Okay. Boop. So what do we do here? This is where we need fewer safe spaces, right? Like we have this safe space, possibly even here, depending on the monster, how it works. So we've got a good amount of safe areas over here. We want fewer safe areas over here. And then in the last area, it's like just big open. You now understand how to move really well. You know how the monster moves. This is now the time for you to just go fast. We have to delve into the darkness to proceed, but at least we have a little safe haven. Yeah, I like that a lot. 2, 3, 4, 5. And then we can have kind of a floating platform here. And then we can even put one of these right there. Once again, lining it up with the corner of the major grid lines just to improve the sense of consistency. I'm realizing I didn't do that on some of these, so we'll go ahead and go back and make sure those all are. Go right there. Oh, no, let's move it further in. And then this one won't fit on a major grid line, so we'll put it in the middle. So it'll be a half step, and that will feel intentional. Put that right there. And then this guy we'll put right there. Yeah, sure. Okay. It's like Subnautica. You can stay in the shallows, but you can't progress without diving into the deep. Yeah. Scope is so important for jams. I always try to scope smaller than I know I can deliver. It lets me add on to what I believe the core gameplay is. If I scope larger, it's possible that mechanics or game loops can break. One of the few cases where adding is easier than removing. I think that's a fair point, Tiny Devil. Prodigal. Just had a meeting with my new manager, a former peer of mine. We've worked together on projects before. He knows my frustrations as he had them himself, hence why he became a manager to solve those frustrations. Super excited for the new role. Yay! Oh, Prodigal, I'm so excited for you. That's so great. That is so great. You know, I'm remembering what you were saying before. Of your previous opportunity didn't work out, but you were trusting that you know things were going to work out, and look where they are now. That's really great. I'm so glad to hear it, Prodigal. All right, take care. Best of work on your game. Best of work on your game? Best of luck working on your game. So where do we go from here? This could be like floating island level. That could be kind of interesting. There we go. Then kind of over here. And then down here. And then kind of build out over here, I guess. That's going to be a little tight right there. Let's go ahead and shift this up one. Feels a little better. And then we're going to need like another thing over here. Okay. Yeah, let's do that. Okay, so we can start placing some of these. We can like put you over here. Oh boy. Right there. You can put you. Let's bring you kind of just generically disperse you guys. Paint. Here we go. Oh, and we're jumping into ads. My goodness. We are running out of time. We are making good progress here, but man, it does take a minute. What if we have this big floating open island area, but then we have a more kind of closed in you need to access this sort of thing. I'm struggling to even kind of conceptualize or to discuss what it is I'm trying to communicate here. But some sort of like, now we are inside of a building sort of feel, right? And so you go from outside to inside. Let's see. Could do a reverse step. Be kind of fun. Oops. Could even put one of you right at the very top of it. Once again, going in the half space to make it still feel intentional. And go back to collision layer. So I want like a lot of squares and could do something kind of like this. So like the player runs up here and the monster can't do this. So this is kind of one safe zone for the player. Quantic, good to see you. How's the stream going? It's going very well. We are working on our level design for this little platformer here. I think we've drawn scope down to a point where we're going to be able to actually deliver on things. Yeah, I think it's going to work. How are you doing, Quantic? What have you been up to recently? What are you showcasing today on your stream? Big hallway. Kind of interesting. Jump up. Have a monster chasing you. Oh no, what do I do? Get stuck in there. Monster decides, okay, I'm leaving, right? And then that's a safe, the monster cannot get through there. Those long hallways are going to be scary. The monster does best if he has a straight path to run at you. Yeah, exactly, right? So now we have that. Now we can start doing, something like this. And maybe then we have, shift. Thank you. Jump here and then come up, sort of a thing. Grab whatever is over here. You've been better. Yeah, I imagined that things were going to be a little bit rough. Hope that you're doing well. Going to be playing Metal Slug Tactics. Nice. Very good. Yeah, there's, I really like Jon Stewart's send-off last night, which was America has always depended on individuals to hold things together. And that's where we're at right now. So keep on lifting where you are. Keep on doing what you can do. Be an active, engaged citizen. And, your country needs you. I think that's fair. We all need to be probably a little more active, and a little more conscientious, and a little more supportive. And we'll get through. It's definitely a hard time, but it'll be okay. Where do we go from here? I have been seeing a lot of people covering Metal Slug Tactics, and I'm kind of curious about it. It definitely feels like Metal Slug from a visual standpoint, which is rad. Appreciate the optimism. Yeah, no, I love Jon Stewart. I deeply appreciate him. I don't necessarily agree with everything that he says, of course, but I think he is an individual who is earnestly trying wherever he can and does a lot of things just because he feels it's the right thing to do, not because it's going to benefit him. Deeply respect that. So let's put in like a little room right here. Then we could have kind of little mini platforms for funsies. I am a little worried about this. It's starting to feel a little bit inconsistent over here, but that's okay. Done is better than perfect, because perfect doesn't exist. Done can exist. Kind of build on top of this and make it feel a little bit more like a piece of the world, right? It's not just this weird thing that exists. Gameplay feels pretty Metal Slug 2, which is neat. There's a large emphasis on run and gun. Really? In the tactics game. Interesting. The further you move on a turn, the less damage you take. Interesting. I don't think our little dude can fit into a 1 square tall space. No, I don't think so as well. Oh, yes. Good call. Yep. Just get rid of that. Good call. I didn't even notice that. Thank you, Dark Doombringer. Appreciate that. Okay. Got this. And then, let's see. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4. And then our 5th one. Let's put this here, and then you kind of jump up to this part, and then we can have another sort of room here. Maybe we can make it kind of like, okay, you've entered into the challenge, now you're sort of safe from the monster for a little bit. This, and then can we jump that high? If we like place this right in the middle here, use our cup. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'm pretty sure we can reach here. So if we start, let's start right here. Code Rad with the raid. Hello, Code Rad. How are you today? How was Code Blight? I saw you were working on that today. I was hanging out. I was lurking in your stream. How how are you doing? Welcome in, and welcome in all you fine raiders. It's such a pleasure to have you here. This is a problem. It looks like it's 1 square, but it's not. So we should probably get rid of that. But we were able to get through, so that's good. So we'll get rid of that. There we go. Just to make it visually really obvious. Yes, you can get through here. Okay, cool. And then there we go. Get all that. Bug fixing. How about you? We're working on level design, among other things, for the Game Jam submission that Dark Doombringer and I are working on for Fox Hollow Jam 3. We need to fix the background tiles? Yeah. So this is our Game Jam submission for the theme of chromatic and the design principle of signal to noise. Kind of our idea here is you go through grabbing all these different colored baubles while evading a big, scary monster that is trying to eat you up and absorb all your color. And you need to bring them back to the home base. It's a little broken because I sequence broke it to test things, but that's the general idea. Is you're this little guy picking up all the colors, avoiding this big mean monster doodly, and progressing further and further every time you do. So welcome on in. I hope all the raiders are doing well on this fine Wednesday. What a Wednesday. What a Wednesday this is. I'm going to get rid of these 2 tiles, and then we're going to grab the gate. We're going to copy it, and we're going to paste it. No, gosh, darn it. Paste. Bring it down here. This is, instead of being blue, this is now going to be red. Grab our red swatch. Okay. And that will now open up this space. And then this space... Wait, hold on. Do we want this to be red? Because we get green, and this is the green gate. We come in here. Green will give us cyan. I think this is good, actually. I think we're going to skip red. And we'll make this instead a cyan gate because the win condition is going to be behind the cyan. Well, or red. Let's just make it red. Okay. So this is our green zone. We need to start building this out. Let's grab our pigments. It's going to be red. We'll drag these over here. And we need to build a zone similar to this in terms of what the monster can and cannot get into, but distinct enough that it feels like a new space, right? And then we need to have that hook down into here, and this whole zone is going to be our big red area, our final space, where the monster is going to be barreling down on you hard, trying to stop you from reaching the MacGuffin to bring all the color back into the world. This is kind of interesting. Come out into like a big tunnel. What if we go kind of like a weirdly inverted shape or something here, right? I'm trying to think of what's kind of an interesting gimmick for a room that we can bring in to make the room feel distinctive and not like a waste of time, but that will kind of meaningfully test the player's skills in some way, right? So if we get rid of this stuff and we say this is now over here, and this is kind of the chaos room, sort of, so to speak. None of these nice little square shapes or anything. This is the kind of everything goes space. Bring this even further down. In fact, we can even put like the gate down here or something. And then that hooks in all over here. Okay. Kind of liking this. What do we have that really speaks chaos? We're not using our collapsible platforms anymore, just because they don't really fit the aesthetic. We're not introducing it early enough to really communicate things to people. We can just scope, cut the scope, cut the scope. But if this is like the weird chaos room, I mean, it's a game jam. This is the time to try something new. We've got a whole bunch of like things that feel good and geometric and regular and evenly spaced and things. Let's do something that's a little bit weird and just experiment with it, right? And it may not work. It may not be fun. That's okay. I'm just gonna kind of do weird shapes and see where it all lies. Once again, the idea being make these rooms visually and behaviorally distinctive so that the player can remember where they are. This is a form of wayfinding, as we remember from our textbooks of design principles, universal principles of design. Wayfinding, ooh, make them jump up. We haven't done that yet. Wayfinding being a way to communicate to someone where they are in relation to other things. Ooh, we can even like put one like way up here where there's no platform, go really wacky with it. Yeah. Cyan. And, or not cyan, we're doing red. That's right. Yeah, okay. Red. 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 And red. Okay. Let's go ahead and move our player over to here. Just kind of see what this feels like. I don't have a strong amount of confidence it's going to feel great. I kind of just want to like experience it a little bit. And there's a lot of space to run around in here and kind of outrun the monster. There's not a whole lot of getting to trap the monster anywhere. But I think this still works because the monster doesn't do as hot around like corners and things. So we should probably have one more way for people to get up down there. They'll probably be able to play loop-de-loop with the monster pretty well. There we go. And there's all of our reds. Okay. Let's go ahead and add one more way out of this space because, you know, if you get trapped here with the monster, that would kind of suck. We'll just kind of do something like that. Yeah. Tar, I mean, I want to be a pile that you could. All right, sounds great, Tar. Hope you're doing well. Let's grab. This is gate red. We're gonna duplicate this, and yeah, we're gonna keep it red 2, and then red 2 is going to come right here. Okay. And then we have, and then we need to bring the player back to start. Okay. Now we're gonna do the red level. This is the big one. This is the whole, like, everything is leading up to this sort of moment. This is the win condition. Once you get in here, if you can get to the bottom, without the monster eating your face or running out of time, you're in the clear. Ooh, we could be sneaky and put it up here. I think we'll just close that off. Paint this all in. All right. Take care, Code Rad. Thank you so much for hanging out. Appreciate you. Everyone, go follow Rogue Blight on Steam. Go wishlist it. I am really genuinely looking forward to when Rogue Blight gets to its next stage and releases. That's another one that I'm planning on doing a whole big day-long stream of. It's really cool. It's a 2D platforming or 2D action Souls-like roguelike. So it's, you know, if Dark Souls were Slay the Spire, if you had Dark Souls bosses as each encounter with Slay the Spire map progression and equipment generation and everything, that's what Rogue Blight is. And it's great. It's really well done. All right. So we need a space that is like very clearly where you're trying to go. And then like some sort of area to tag to say this is the end. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There we go. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now, what I want is a difficult platforming section. Not like crazy hard, but just something. A difficult platforming section that the monster can do well in, so that the player has to really figure out their movement abilities, the monster's pathing and everything, so that they can navigate this all. All right. What do we do in here? I mean, we could just have, this was my kind of initial impression, is just big floating expanses. And then like if you kind of mess it up, you have to restart with the monster on your heels. I don't know how much I love the concept. Because like we've kind of used this before, right? Over here. It might be okay. I was thinking that the last sequence will be getting the last pigment back to the orb, and then the orb grows in light, then end screen. Yes, yeah. So like have like a rainbow pigment here or something, right? Pick that up, and then run back. And if we have time, which we may not, but if we have time, it would be great upon picking that up to be like, you know, some big effect, noise happening, visual effect on the borders of the screen, make it feel really scary, screen shake possibly, and then monsters know exactly where you are and start chasing after you. I think that, you know, really amp up that final bit of tension. I don't know if we're going to have enough time to be able to do that, but I do think it would be rad. Just so you've brought them all back so the lights combine into white light or something. Yeah, could be. Could be. For sure. Could do that. Just have the red in here and then get back and then combines. Could be. That animation would be incredibly difficult to build using the animation player node. Can you make that jump as the player? Is that too big of an expanse? Oh, you totally can. Okay, cool. I mean, we could have like different ways to go about it, right? We could have the this be the structured route, and then this be the kind of squalumpity sort of zone, and then they kind of combine. In fact, we can even make these kind of representation of sine waves in a way, right? Where does this take us? Can we fall all the way to the ground and come back on this side? Nope. That should be good, though. Okay. Then that should all be good. We'll go ahead and add some more of these kind of geometric ones. So our final pigment will be in here, but then we can have like 2 over here, 2 over here, and you have to get inside here for the last one. 5, 6, 3, 1, 2. Get rid of that extra 1. We can add a pigment right there. Pigment there. Pigment here. Pigment like up here. I'm actually going to get rid of these structured ones. I'm going to get rid of this too. Okay. So we're kind of almost getting this visual metaphor of signal versus noise, right? Like, or at least of like, this could be a representation of noise. This could be a representation of signal. Then we can have this kind of meet halfway sort of platform. Then get rid of these two, get rid of these two. We're going to have the final pigment right in there. Okay. Let's get these pigments in. So we've got magenta, yellow, blue, green, red, and then I guess we have our final color, which is cyan. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's exactly how many we should have. Bring them over, right on rover. Cyan. Cyan. It'll be the last pigment that you pick up, so I'm not too worried about cyan looking close to blue. Since it's the final one, people might even think, oh, this is like tying into that whole big thing, right? Cyan, cyan, cyan. Okay. Now we put this smack dab in the middle. We do need to put a platform in here of some sort, like a podium or something. You can pick other colors if you want. That's fine. Like I said, since it's distanced enough from the very beginning, like I'm not really concerned about it. And also, Dark Doombringer, you feel free to modify anything you like here. If there's something that when you get your hands on, you're like, I don't know, like you feel free to change stuff up. Nothing here is sacred. There we go. Okay. Oh. We did an extra thing over there, didn't we? Shoot. There we go. Jump in, grab this, get out, and you're good to go. Oh, place it with the monster chasing. Perfect, thank you. Yeah, I'm gonna do a full run here in just a little bit. With like darkness turned on and everything. Oh dear. That's surprisingly annoying. The jumping is all of a sudden not feeling too great either. I'm a little mystified as to why. Oh dear. What is it that is not working very well? I think is it just the double jump again? Okay, so we can't reach up there. And we can't reach up to the top here. Okay, so those two corner pieces are a little bit tight. Let's go ahead and get that worked on. Collision layer, tile map. Here we go. Let's just get rid of that top layer, and then we should be able to make it up there. Okay, there we go. And then over here, let's kind of continue it as a sort of tendril of this thing. Let's try that. There we go. Okay, grab this, run over to the other side, jump, 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 jump. Okay, monster can't squeeze through there. Just a teensy little bit of safety. Grab it. There we go. There's all the cyan. And then we can get back out again, right? Oh. And I like that we have the things on both sides. I'm going to add one more piece right here. We have things on both sides so that you will be able to see, oh, there is a door on either side. I get to pick my route. I think that's good. All right, take care, Quantic. Thanks so much. Best of luck with Metal Slug Tactics today. And you know what? We're going to be in ads. So we'll jump into ads, and we will be right back. Thank you for hanging out. Appreciate you. Sheesh. What's your favorite level design? I don't know what my favorite level design. It's something I so rarely notice, honestly. I need to pay more attention to that. We'll be right back. Okay, welcome back. Woo! Here we go. We're going to go ahead and do a full playthrough here. Dark Souls 1. That's true. Dark Souls games, the From Software does very, very good level design. That's a great point. Thank you, Tiny Devil. We're going to turn intro on. This is going to be a full actual playthrough here. Very good use of loops and shortcuts. The little previews of what's coming is good. Yes! I was thinking about that when I was playing Windborne. Windborn? Windblown. Windblown. They do the same thing, where you can reach a certain platform and the camera kind of pans out, and they do it a little bit more. They pan the camera and have this cool cinematic thing, and you get to see far off in the distance parts of the level that you're going to go reach. Really, really good. Really cool stuff. They hit their entry points hard. I will admit, when Dark Souls 1 first came out, I didn't totally understand what they were doing with shortcuts, and so it was a little bit frustrating for me. I feel like we're going too fast. I'm going to change this to like 20,000 instead of 3. So yeah, the way the shortcuts worked was a little bit frustrating for me. I didn't quite grok how to progress in that game. Still feels like we're going really fast. Did I notice the monster jump scare? No, I have not noticed a monster jump scare. I mean, I see that the monster is there. Is that supposed to be a jump scare? Oh, and you know what? Okay, so this is going to be Sans monster. We're just going to do the platforming all the way around. It may not be a bad idea to have text in the level, even outside of the notes, but just like something that the player is actually supposed to see. And that's a way that we can kind of communicate story, possibly. Oh, I didn't get all the yellow. I'm missing one. Shoot. What did I miss? Yeah, I do think we're moving way too fast still. Like, our man. If I just get rid of a digit, this should be a huge change. Okay. There we go. Okay. I wasn't saving. That's why. Let's take it down to 2. Save. Still pretty high. 1, 5. Doesn't feel like it's changed at all. Guess jump scare isn't quite the word. He just appears where he wasn't there before. It doesn't have the effect that I wanted if you didn't notice him. I mean, like, I did notice him, but it didn't feel intentional. So we need to think of a way, if we want that effect, how do we accomplish that effect, right? So like maybe when you pick this up, you roar, right? And the screen shakes or something. And then you come down and you see that and you see the roar, roar, roar. And then you walk away and you do this and then he teleports somewhere else, right? Is that when you fall back down? Yeah. Yeah. It feels like the max acceleration goes from 0 to a billion really fast. Like, sometimes it doesn't, when I change it, it doesn't make any difference. And then other times I change it and it's now, like, completely smashed. Okay, all right. So we've gone from 3,000 to 20,000 with no change in the velocity of the character. Like, what is going on here? Is this a max acceleration problem, or is there some other variable to discuss, like run speed? Equals max acceleration. Acceleration.x equals max acceleration. Okay. Calculate speed. Constant speed. What if we change this to like this? Okay. Let's see where speed is brought into play. It's not. Okay. But we have this calculate speed, max speed divided by friction minus P max speed. Okay. So what if we set friction to 0? Yeah, still nothing. The only thing that we've been able to modify is like max acceleration. If we say this, oh my gosh, why is that not changing anything? Yeah, now we go zoom, zoom, zoom. So for some reason, we have to, this is not a change that is coming through. And again, so we have to reset every time. Yeah, still zoom, zoom, zoom. Let's get rid of a digit. Let's just reset. Let's take it to 5,000. And we're back to super slow. Okay. What about 10,000? I know we've done this multiple times before, but it's like there's no difference. 20,000. And now we break through the game. Okay. Still feeling too fast. Let's go to 15,000. Doesn't feel like it's changed pretty much at all. What if we go in the halfway point? This feels so strange. Like, it is not really representing things correctly. Well, this is at least feeling better than it did before. Before we were like mad lad zooming all over the place. Things are feeling a bit better though. You can also put in some VFX when the pickups are tagged. Yellow, there we go, get the green. All the way through here. We should probably also have either the monster teleport over here if the player goes left, or have another monster that will aggro onto the player. I have to run all the way back. Yeah, this is annoying. Maybe we can have some way that you can kind of shortcut it if you're coming back. Boop. Right, we're all green. Go through that door, grab the reds. Oh dear. Nothing over there. Up here. Got that red. There's another red over here. We must have missed something down below. Thinking of making monster teleport locations if you get too far away. Lovely. That would be awesome. Tag that. There's our red. We can't get to it, though. We have to go back, which is keeping the tension high. Oh. Can we get back? It's definitely not easy to get back. Ooh. All right. It is possible, but it's not easy. I may need to amend that. And there we go. We should probably also have the health uptick be a whole lot faster. So where is that happening? Is it in the player script? Probably, right? Boop, boop. Change color, increase glow, finish cutscene, trigger cutscene, player knockback, health up. This is the buying the power up that we're not using anymore. Heal. So where are we triggering heal? 1 times delta. Let's amp that up to like 20. Mothman with the clear hats. Thank you very much. Oh dear. Where are we at here? Line 394. Ah. Yeah, that would do it. That would cause a problem. Okay. And hit play. Thank you for that clear hats, Mothman. Woo! Mothman with the relief. Absolutely. Error calling from signal animation looped. Where? We might just need to restart here. So how's our hat hair today? Nice and scrunched. Yeah. Yeah. That's a little like a hairnet sort of hairstyle. Woo. All right. Grab this, and then we get to move forward. Woo whoop. Woo whoop. Woo whoop. Woo whoop. Okay, and there's all of those. Sneak by this guy. Get up here. That was a dumb idea to drop down like that. Oh well. All that, and then fall down here. Let's check out how quick we heal. Pretty darn fast. Yeah, that feels a lot better. Where you're basically going to be healed up by the time that you make it back. I like that. Oh, no, wait. We're yellow. We need to go the other way. I think I'd like the player to go a little bit faster than we are right now. Oh, shoot. You know what? We're gonna catch it on the way back. Let's just keep going. Like, these long straightaways kind of become really annoying when you're only going this fast. Could probably smooth that out too, because jumping like that just feels awful. We have the monster getting blocked off earlier, so we can kind of refine that so it doesn't feel quite so annoying. But still has the effect of, like, jumping into a tunnel that the monster can't get into, you know? Grab all of these. Ugh, there we go. Okay. Could probably also put some VFX usage on the double jump. Some sort of air burst. Darn. That is a tough jump to make. Do we want to make that better? I don't know. We've got time to mull that over for a little bit. Oh, that's right. We have to go all the way over here. Ugh. That's going to be so annoying with the monster chasing you. Like, look at our health. It is draining. So after this playthrough, we'll start drawing out the monsters' pathing. Ooh, that red. Player looks very red. Okay. Oh, dear. Okay. There's our cyan. Let's keep exploring. There's another one. Over here. Over here. Over here. Over here. That island that I was on, it kind of looked like a baby. No! This one looks like the baby right here. Health is looking okay. The decay rate is looking fine. I don't know that we need to amp up the severity. Normally we had it where, like, the further in, the more sort of radiation poisony it got. But I don't think we need that because we kind of naturally have that with with the player needing to run around so much, you know? Like, they have to make it through a lot. Oh, and also, we triggered a heal somewhere. So there's a hitbox that's maybe oh, we're healing right now. Why are we healing right now? That's weird. There we go. Now we're cyan. Hooray! Hooray, we win! Yeah! All right. I don't think that's overly long. It's maybe a little bit long, but I don't think it's outrageously bad. Let's go ahead and go to the navigation layer. We're going to grab our navigation tile and then draw all this. Do I need to draw where the monster can jump to? Some we'll figure out, I guess. Oh, you know what? That's he can't reach there, so we're not going to put those there. Put all these over here. Boop. Boop. All this is fine. Actually, no, you can't go in there, so we don't need to bother with that. But you can jump in here. This can be a dangerous spot. Boop, boop, boop. Boop, boop, boop. Boop, boop. This is a lot. This is a lot of custom pathing. Okay, here. I really hope I don't have to draw jumping paths, because that's gonna make this a lot more frustrating. Okay. Come down here. This is the most exciting thing I've done all day. At least we're getting close. That's nice. Now this room, ooh, we have ads starting in a few minutes. Oh, you know what? You can't actually run in there. Never mind. That's a safe place, but you can get close. Same with that. Boop, boop, boop. Straight away. Straight away. Straight away and a straight away. I love those. Makes that so much faster for me. Okay. There we go. Now, on the collision layer, I did say I wanted to modify this a little bit. We're going to go ahead and maybe do something like this. And something like that. Yeah. Yeah, I think that'll be fine. All right, and then we can change the brightness. How did we do this? There's a brightness thing. The shader 0.1, and then we turn on the color rect, which will be darkness. Okay, let's see if we have something here. Look at that atmosphere with the color all present and the mood lighting. Ah, it's great. Okay. Got all the magentas. Oh, there's the monster. Now we got the magentas. Ah, and the monster's moving away. Great. Oh, but there he is. Oh, he's so fast. He's really gunning for me up there. Oh no, I missed it. But yeah, he's so we're higher than him, so he's just like, I'm gonna jump forever until I reach you. Oof. Some of these are hard too, because without lighting, you can't really see that there's a platform over here. Oh man, we may need to we may need to make the jumping places for him. That's a bummer. And I don't think the monster is, like, hurting the player anymore either, which is weird. All right. Let's go ahead and keep painting these navigations. So you need to be able to jump. We're going to say, here's your jump. Here's your jump. Here's your jump. And here's your jump. This is, I'm going to go through the ads with this because this is just not going to be interesting. I'm going to do this room and then we'll see if this kind of resolves our problem or not. Boop. Ah. Yeah, like fall gravity feels like it might be a little intense. Not all the time though. I'm having a hard time trying to figure out when is it really happening. So we're seeing if the pathing for the monster is working. Will he be able to find us up here? Ha! He can't jump high enough. That's a problem. What's your jump height? Where's your Y? Where's your position Y? Here. We're going to change this to 3,000. Dude's got jumps. Let's go to 2,000. Can he follow us? He definitely got yeeted out of existence. Where is he even at? Right here. Yeah, the player is just not glowing enough. Yeah, looks way too dark, for sure. All right, 2,000, too much. 1,500. Or 1,400, as it were. Okay. I mean, it's a little unpredictable, but I think that's actually a good thing. It's glowing less because of low health. Oh. Interesting. I like that effect. That's nice, actually. This monster cannot find his way up here. What if we were to get rid of one of these tiles? Like, he almost makes it, and then decides, never mind. Like, I can just hang out here all day long. He's not going to reach me. I may play around with his logic and cheat a little bit with his movement or get rid of acceleration for him. Yeah, that's probably a good idea. Because he's not being all that intimidating right now. And there he goes. And we're back. I'm also thinking, Dark Doombringer, when we die, I think it would probably be best if you didn't reset the game, but you just like teleport back to base. I think that's going to be better from a jam perspective because it'll let you keep playing even if you mess up. You get to feel like you're still making progress and enjoying the content, but you still have the penalty of having to like run back. So it does feel, you just do still have a little bit of avoidance, but maybe not quite enough. Yeah, not having to start completely over. Yeah. Okay, cool. Glad we agree. Okay. Why don't I go ahead and do that right now, actually? So, on damage, let's go ahead and say, oops. Let's set a marker here for the spawn position. We'll put it like above the orb. Why not? And put this in the main world. This is our spawn point in the player script. We're going to export that. Let's see. What am I doing? At export spawn point var spawn point as equals as a marker 2D. And world main, we can grab the player, assign, spawn point. Great. Back in the player, all the way down here. There we go. We're gonna do. I'm just gonna make a quick hack here. I'm gonna say to do polish this. So player global position equals spawn point dot global position. I've been thinking about the time that we have left, and I may only have time tonight to do much more. We have a little time tomorrow, but not much. Then Friday should probably be focused on uploading, at least getting something up and doing last minute polishes if needed. So wait, hold on. Am I misremembering things? I think it goes until Saturday at midnight. Yeah, the 9th at 11:59. So Friday is fine. Friday should be like bug fixing and all that sort of stuff. The 9th will be Saturday will be the upload. Yeah. I'm glad you're thinking of that. I'm really glad you're thinking about that. And yeah, definitely don't push yourself beyond what is like comfortable, for sure. Don't spend any more time on it than you want to. Yeah. By the end of tonight, we'll have a pretty decent looking game. Yeah, I mean, like we're getting there, right? It's becoming a thing, which is exciting. This is the exciting part. When things are starting to kind of fit together. So polish here, like we could set a timer, we can spawn in play a particle effect of a boom, right? We can do and then reverse the boom as you come back to the main place. Let's just go ahead and check out where this takes us, though. Get here. Go grab magenta. Yeah, Dark Doomburger, you have put in so much work on this. You have really elevated this in a lot of ways. So thank you for all of your hard work that is irreplaceable. Okay, there we go. All right, we need to take it back to the thing. It may also be worth like maybe creating some sort of pulsating effect when you need to bring something back, or an indicator. You know, that's something we can look at later on in the week if we're feeling it. So It's been a fun project. Finally got to use my theoretical shader knowledge. Nice. Love it. Yeah, this dude is not hurting us. Just in the slightest. Which is weird because the player is doing its knockback. Like, knockback is happening, but it's not taking damage. Just weird. Indicator of taking damage in the darkness might be good as well. Yeah, I agree. You're going to have some sort of overlay that we pop in. Would be fine. Player damage emit. Do we not have player damage connected? We're not hooking up to it? What? Signal bus dot player damage dot connect damage. Oops. Okay. See if that changes things in a little bit here. Oh boy, where's knockback? Okay, we're gonna die here. Yay, we teleport back. All right. Can get rid of that again. Lovely. Cool. So we have a loss. We respawn. That's great. I'd like to get the footsteps working, you know? Oops. Okay. But doesn't seem to want to. I'm not sure I'm in love with the signal pattern. Maybe if I use it some more, it'll grow on me. I mean, it's just the observer pattern, right? It's not something totally new. Thinking of adding a VFX for touching the orb as well? Yes, absolutely. It would be great. That would be really, really cool. All right, where's our processor? Here we go. Knockback timer, coyote timer running, not on ground, jumper falling. Here we go. Animation not played out, run, and footsteps dot play. Else footsteps dot stop. Let's try it again. Okay. Play, run. Ooh, there's a lot of places this happens. Okay. Strange. But we'll run with it. Can you sync the VFX with animation frames? Unity has something like that. I don't know, to be honest. I see the animation playing. I can see. Yeah. It's just behind everything. What if we bring the player like in front of the world? Okay. Now we're seeing it. Saw the effect is just tiny. It is very tiny. So we can maybe scale it up a bit. Okay. Now the problem is it's not being told to stop playing. else footsteps dot stop. Copy, paste. Let's try this again. Yeah, it's never being told to stop, which is weird because we have it in all the same places as the footsteps, as the run animation, that is. Animation.play. Animation.play. Footsteps.stop. 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 And here. So many. Goodness gracious. All right. Try it again. Blades, welcome back. Good to see you, friend. How are you today? Okay, so it's stopping. So we did get it all stopping. It's just not resetting to like a blank thing. Okay. Doing pretty good. Going to be doing school for a few hours and might play some games. Very nice. Sounds like a red time. Let's go ahead and go to our footsteps animation here. And I think we might need to add an empty frame to the start of it. Let's try that. How goes the jam? It's going well. Yeah, we got our level design kind of initially blocked in. And we're kind of working on these little footstep effects here. It's being fun. Okay. Looks like it's working. It doesn't have the color changing, and it's not the right frame rate to sync up with the player steps. So where are we here? Okay. Run. How many frames does it take to put a foot down? 3 steps. 3 frames. 1, 2, 3. And now we have another frame. No. It takes 7. 7 before the foot hits. And then 14. So it's every 7 frames. Okay. Or not quite 7 frames. All right, let's go ahead and take, let's set it to 30. See if that gets it close. Okay, let's try 45. It's almost there. Let's go down to like 43. All right, I think that works. It's not feeling very satisfying. What if we move it to the front? Will that make a change? That broke. That was weird. Try again. It does seem like it's behind the player sprite, which is weird. Shouldn't be. But it is definitely behind the player sprite. That's weird. Does this have a Z index set? Ordering? It does. Okay. So ordering, let's set that to 3. Let's try reloading. We can scooch this over a little bit. There we go. That's starting to feel a little bit better. Scooch it over a little bit more. Kind of like where the toe is hitting the ground is what I'm thinking. Okay. This is getting there. Can we add... Can we just, like, get the player shader and then save? We're going to put this in as an asset, shader, player, and then the footsteps, quick load, player. Yeah, I'm thinking this is going to be good. I think that's going to have all of the colors swapped over now. Boop. Yeah, there we go. Nice. It's a little weird that I think we need to shorten the length of the animation because it's never going away. It's not like a poof, 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 poof. It's like a wow, 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 right? Does that make any sort of sense? I mean, I used real words that exist in my head. Here we go. It's like we need to cut out these frames. And then like add some empty frames. How many were we at before? 17. Let's try that. It's better. It's not there yet though. If we get rid of these 3 and then add. I think that's getting better. Yeah, that's feeling better. We could probably keep on fine tuning that, but it's at least like kind of there, right? So we can go to the monster. We can do the same thing here. So we can do their footsteps and have these play. Ooh, that's going to be way too slow. We're going to have to cut out a bunch here. Like, even still, this feels like way too long. Then go to our monster script. When you are playing jump, or not jump, when you are playing run, footsteps dot, not footsteps sound, but footsteps dot play. Oh, footsteps. Footsteps dot play. There we go. And then everywhere else, we need to do footsteps dot stop. Okay. Where does this leave our favorite monster pal? Oh, you're so fast. You're so freaking fast. He is dealing damage, though. That's good. And it does seem like it's kind of roughly lining up with his animations. We could fine-tune that later. Right now, it's in, it works. Let's keep going. Oh, okay. What do we have to do next? Let's do a quick search for like to-dos. Script to do. Okay, that's gone. Don't need to worry about that. Patrol routes are done. Dark Doombringer did that. This is pointless. Polishers. Oh yeah, we need to do the like death animation. We need to do the death animation, and we need to do a little pickup animation when you get the pigments. So let's go ahead and do this real quick. We're gonna do animated sprite 2D. This is going to be the pickup. Grab our sprites. And what should we use here? Should we use, let's use radial loop. That sounds like a good plan to me. Bring this in. Make some new sprite frames. And where's radial loop? It didn't get imported. Oh, because that's the GIF, not the sprite sheet. Oops. Radial loop. There it is. Where are you? Oh, we don't have it added yet. Oh boy. Sometimes I amaze myself. Change this to 512 by 512. Add these. I'm gonna have to shrink it down a whole bunch. 0.01. 0.01. Okay. 0.1. There we go. Change that to 60 FPS. So let's go ahead and to our animation player here. We're gonna add a new animation player. This is the pickup animation. Make a new animation, and this is going to be pickup first. We're going to go to our pickup. We are going to say scale is 0. Why are we not getting our keyframes in here? What am I doing wrong? Animation. Here we go. Okay. Scale. Yeah. Do that. We're going to make this a, 1 second is great. By a quarter second, we go to 0.1. Key. And then here we key again. And then on there, we go to 0. Key. Okay. Lovely jubbly. Okay. Now on the script, on picked up, we are going to do pigment or pickup dot play. Let's see where that takes us. Not noticing a darn thing. It's probably disappearing too quickly. So await get tree dot create timer of 1 second dot timeout. Let's try that. Okay. That's not happening. Oh, and we need to do the oh dear. Pickup animation dot play. Pickup first. All right. Okay, it's like we need it to be bigger. That's for sure. So on pickup animation, we're gonna go here. This is gonna be 0.2. Go ahead and double it. And then I don't know, this might be too much work. This might just be the wrong effect. Like we could probably just get a better effect here. In fact, we could even use the same. Yeah, I think I'm gonna do that. So I'm gonna delete this, go back to our script, get rid of this. I'm gonna go to our player. I'm gonna take these footsteps. I'm gonna put them in here. Paste. No! Copy. Paste. I like the idea of using the same thing. I think. So we don't do that. Just do that. Yes. Okay. I like the idea of the same effect being used because it kind of represents that sort of like light-based energy being sort of thing that we're going for, right? All right, we can cut that timer down to like 0.2 seconds. Let's try and grab another one and see how it goes. Yep, I like it. We need to make sure the color is being brought over, but yes, I love it. Okay. So, we need to colorize this equal to the pigment here. how is this getting colorized? Ah, it's in the modulate. Okay. Okay. I don't think we can do that here, right? So if we loop it and then hit modulate and go like purple. Yeah. Even if we go self-modulate, I don't think that's going to do much. Yeah. Okay. Reset. So instead, we do need to use the shader, but we're going to make it unique. We're going to go into our shader, into our material rather. It's a unique shader and a unique shader. The texture, the color is going to be the character color. So where are we doing this in here? Character color. Right there. Okay. We need to do pickup dot material. That's set shader parameter. Character color is going to be set to color. Yeah. Is that going to work? We'll see. I mean, everything has started off on the wrong frame. Okay. So no, it's not. Print pickup dot material dot get shader parameter character color. Is that gonna work? Yeah, no. I mean, we are getting different colors, right? We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that's working. We are setting the shader parameter correctly. But for some reason, it's not actually taking effect in the shader. Which is weird. Why would that be? So this character color is getting set correctly. Are we grabbing the grayscale version before doing this? Texture UV plus vec2 size x negative size y dot a. Huh. I don't understand what all this is doing. Final color equals mix of character color.rgb times vec3 glow intensity, glow intensity, glow intensity. I think you can just condense to that, right? Sprite color, which is our current color, which we don't actually want. We don't want our sprite color. We want sprite color grayscaled, right? But before I do anything else, let me just see if deleting those things is not going to break anything. Okay, no, it didn't break anything. So we can do sprite color equals sprite color dot r times sprite color dot g times sprite color dot b divided by 3. This needs to be a vec3. .0, right? Because floats. Okay, and yeah, this is a vec4. So can we do like .rgb? Yes. Okay. Theoretically, that will grayscale the image so that then things can get applied. Okay, things are looking good right now, but I mean, that's the way it's always been. Still that blue. How bizarre. Well, maybe I didn't need to do any of that because clearly it's been working for previous sprites. Maybe I'm just making a big mess, but... like, it's the same thing that I've been applying to the footsteps. So why is that not working if... I mean, it's the same sprite even. Go ahead and delete that. We don't need that. How bizarre. All right. I'm going to add a to-do here. To-do, pick up sprites are not changing color for some reason. I think that's where I'm going to call this here today for development. We got some good work done. We did level design. We refined player movement. We got pathing a little bit worked on. We did a whole bunch of polish and implementation of effects. This was a lot. This is a lot we got done today. I'm happy with that. That's great. Oh, as always, we're going to go ahead and git push. So what should our summary for this be? Level design and polish. Built out a basic level structure for all 6 colors. Refined player movement, added VFX for footsteps, and pigment pickups. Added swatches to color palettes for easy reference. Nick's the real YouTuber. Hello, welcome in. How are you today? Hope you're doing well. Nice. Yeah, I'm happy about this. What else did we do? I feel like we did more. What all else did we do? We did a bunch of stuff before we actually got to do level design. I don't know. Bunch of stuff. Commit. All right. Push. Ooh, okay. So here's what we're going to do next. Next up, we're going to go check out... oh, no. Okay. The Bazaar. I want to play the Bazaar before we go, because like I was saying, they do a lot of really interesting design things I'd love to dissect with everyone. I didn't know I hadn't downloaded it yet, though. So what we're going to do, we're going to take a quick ad break, which will mean an extra long time with no ads after this, which will be great. And let this download. It's downloading really fast. It'll definitely be done before the ad break is over. And then we'll wrap up the stream by checking out and analyzing the Bazaar. So don't go anywhere. I've had a great time. Thank you for hanging out, all of you. Appreciate you. I hope this is being helpful in some way to you. Let me know if there's anything I can do to be of more support. And we'll be right back after Bezos has his fun. All right. All right. Let's dive in here. I'm very excited about this one. I think there's going to be some good stuff to take out of it. I've been seeing a lot of cool things. Like I said, I'm not a huge fan of the theme, although the art style is like executing on it really well. Okay, can we just load the game? Here we go. Oh, and it's loading into full screen. I'm not gonna swap the scene over until I get the settings worked out here. There we go. Okay. Here, 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 here. Yeah? Are we gonna capture? Why is that not capturing? Should be capturing. Is it this one? Ugh. We're getting sound, but we're not getting visuals. How weird. Okay, so that's working. We can throw Godot up. Maybe I need to like change the capture method. I have seen this before where it needs to like be a DirectX change of some sort. Oh, is it a Chromium game? I guess that would make sense actually, because they're doing their own launcher. So if they're going that route, it wouldn't surprise me if they're gonna try and make it playable in a browser or playable in, mobile. It would probably make that a lot easier to do as well. Let's see what we can make happen here. Oh, oops. Wait, hold on. Use window capture or display capture. Okay, that's what I need to do. Grab window capture. Thanks for your patience here while we work on this. Game Chromium. Okay, thanks for automatically throwing that up. All right, is that gonna work? Okay, we can get the launcher now, but we can't get... Can't get the game. What is going on? Hold on. Huh. Graphics settings. Some people are saying that OBS needs some special help. I'm not seeing it in where they're asking for it. Browse. C drive. Okay, here we go. Oh boy. Open file location. Where are you at? Grab you. Put you right there. No? Maybe? Okay, there we go. Add OBS Studio. Options. High performance. Save. Is that gonna work? How bizarre. Get it? Because the game's name is bizarre. No, this is really weird. We might not be able to do this today. That'd be a huge bummer. I mean, you can hear it, so that's good at least. How very strange. Okay, so what if I do... Oh, this is gonna be really gross. Hold on. Let me work on this real quick. Okay. This will work. It's really annoying, but it works. Okay. There we go. Okay. Boy, that took a minute. That took a minute. So, I mean, first off, let's talk about menu systems and everything, right? Basic typographical logo. It is an anchor. Like, you can see how this screen just feels kind of lost without it, right? Having some sort of logo really does anchor things in. It is important. It's the wayfinding, right? It's telling you where you are. That being said, this is obviously stunning artwork. We've got foreground elements here. We got the midground with this turtle and the boats and the gate. And we have the very background with the spires, the hot air balloon, these birds with the movement, petals coming in, slight twitching of these animations. No, this is not like hand animated. This is spline animation, right? So this is just keyframing. It works. It does a great job. So let's go ahead and hit play. I will say that we had a very clear call to action here with the bright blue, really good color contrast with this bright blue and the kind of amber sort of color. Ooh, so good. We have a slight shadow on the text as well, so that this text can pop out from it. Without the shadow, it would be really similar in color contrast. We're gonna move forward. We are picking a character. We're going to start with Vanessa. I don't know what this stuff is. I can't click on it. Normal. Free play. Great. I don't know what any of this is. Okay. The I and the normal button seem to do the exact same thing. Strange. Okay. It's weird that, like, I'm selecting something and then I have this whole big space for the character, but no, like, description of what the character is. What is this game? This is The Bazaar. You can find it at playthebazaar.com. It's in closed beta right now, where you can buy in the Founders Pack and get access. That's what I did. So $33 to gain access to this. This is an auto battler that that kind of takes a lot of really interesting design inspiration. I wanted to share with everyone here today. Okay, cutscene.
Vanessa hails from the ocean world of Pelago.
Subtitles would be
Once
nice.
a paradise for free-sailing corsairs, now crushed under a tyrant's iron fist.
Rally, men! Blades to the wind!
Was that the orangutan's voice? I feel like that shot would have been better placed in the pirate's head.
Who have escaped to the bazaar as fugitive freedom fighters, seeking to gather strength to liberate their home. And with a cause that noble, Vanessa's not above a little skullduggery. Maybe some looting and pillaging to get what she came here for.
Okay, so you see what they did with that character, right? They gave us a likable character. They're fighting for freedom. They're an underdog. So we already like this character. We want to like Vanessa. Enter your home base, Vanessa's quarters. Choose an item and skill to start your journey with. See how that we've got these signifiers here for the hover effects and everything. The background color gets more intense of this effect. It zooms us way in, and we get this tooltip. The tooltip pops in and then slides out towards the thing. That's really nice. UI art as well is really on point here with the way it has its lighting and texturing in the borders, the cut corners to bring a sort of rustic artificery into it. Very, very interesting. Her icon there is maybe a little bit soft, but overall I think it works really well.
Do we have anything useful in the cargo hold?
Items are the core of the bazaar. Pick a starting item. Lots of information to start off with. I would not mind a more subtle, like, mask out a lot of this information to start off with. Or start us off, like, into a match that has kind of already started and don't let us hover over things, right? Let us kind of observe, like, why am I dealing damage? What is 7 seconds? I don't understand what any of that means. We see cells for 2. That's interesting. That's a lot of space to say the cell value. And that could be, you know, traditionally that's kind of been maybe up in the corner with a gold symbol next to it or something. But I guess that could also be perceived as purchasing cost. So, you know, I guess I can understand where they're going for. I'm not convinced that's the best solution, but I can understand why they went that route. So, okay. Every 4 seconds, deal 12 damage. Every seconds, deal 15 damage, and your other weapons have an additional 6 damage. Or every 7 seconds, deal 10 damage, slow 1 item for 3 seconds. Slow 1 item. Can I see what, like, slow... Can I right-click on it? Yes. Okay, we get... That was a nice little pop slide out. That was a good little animation there. Slow. Items with slow charges half as fast. Items with slow charge half as fast. You should drop the S there, because you're referring to multiple items. Okay. These look like tabs as well. I kind of assumed that for like a split second I thought I could click on these until I actually started clicking. I was like, oh wait, no, these are probably tags, not tabs. And then this thing here, I'm confused at its portrayal. Maybe this will make more visual sense as we move forward, but this does not seem to indicate to me every 7 seconds do this. I know that I said every 7 seconds do this, but it's also because I've watched it. If I were coming into this blind, I would maybe stumble at this a little bit. You'd figure it out, right? It's self-explanatory, if not self-evident. But I'm wondering why they went with this instead of like a hourglass with a number or something. I guess this is probably such an important piece of information that they really wanted to make sure people were seeing it. So I guess I can understand that. Let's go the narwhal. Let's go with a friend. Because, you know, it's a narwhal.
Now let's see what treasures this place is hiding.
Pick a starting skill. Your rightmost weapon has plus 24 damage. This is a weapon. Okay. So we could do 36 damage every 4 seconds. That seems pretty good. All weapons deal plus 12 damage, or when you slow, your weapons gain 3 damage for the fight. That's cool. I like that synergy. There's that win-if that we've talked about a lot about good synergy design, right? Let's get right-handed. Your rightmost weapon has plus 24 damage, so we'll try and like build around the narwhal somehow.
Buy something.
Enter a shop. Sells weapons, small items, and items. I don't know what the difference between a small item and an item is. We also have this sort of set icon, which I'm curious to see. I like how we have our illustrations breaking the border. Very nice. That is a great stylistic choice. I mean, the visual polish is fantastic. I mean, look at this water shader and everything. All this complex cog work over here in the fountain. The patterns on the blankets. This is what I was saying. Like, artistically, it's rendered very well. I just have no clue why, like, I am in a bazaar and I am fighting people. Buy an item. Click an item or drag it to your side of the board. Gold cost. Okay. Your gold. Okay. Okay. And then we have the cells for 1. Okay. Interesting. They're all weapons. When you use the weapon to the left of this, deal 5 damage. Your rightmost weapon has plus 24 damage. So if I buy this, it's a weapon, but it's not dealing anything in and of itself. Deal 20 damage, slow 1 item for 2 seconds. Deal 10 damage when you use an adjacent weapon. Give it plus 2 damage to the fight. Oh, okay. Let's give the narwhal a switchblade.
Sail on.
Exit merchant.
I heard the bazaar was a wild place, but monsters roaming the streets?
Okay, fight a monster. So this is what I was talking about. Like the picking your shop, very sort of Slay the Spire, right? You can imagine the map that they're not showing you. Pick your route, right? It's also very similar to Night of the Full Moon, which is a fantastic mobile Slay the Spire. Like, if you haven't played Night of the Full Moon and you're interested in roguelikes or card games, you really should check out Night of the Full Moon, because it shows there's 3 different games in Night of the Full Moon. It is pay to play. There's no like microtransaction stuff in it. And there's 3 different great concepts on how to iterate on the deck building genre in there. So I'm seeing some inspiration here. If not necessarily from Night of the Full Moon, I mean, it's very convergent in its design at the very least. So we get the Fanged Inglet, and we have a monster. This reminds me of Marvel Snap. Marvel Snap kind of made a lot of waves when it first came out because it created a space that people felt competent in before throwing them into PvP. So it staged fights for you. When you were fighting people, you weren't fighting people for the first really long majority of time. You were fighting bots, and it didn't tell you that. So you started to feel really good about yourself. Here they are telling you that they're bots, but they're framing it as this is a monster. This is going to be an easy fight. And I think there's something really interesting about that, of mixing that PvE and PvP stuff. Don't know what this thing is doing. Time of
Stand
day.
back and watch a Corsair at work.
Fights in the Bazaar are automatic. This is where the auto battler Super Auto Pets comes in. The side whose health runs out first loses your health and the enemy health. You gain coins as you damage monsters. Oh, okay. Wow, that's really loud. Okay, sorry about that. So our narwhal's up to 40 damage. Pretty good. Up to 42 damage. And 44 damage? All right. We did a lot of damage. Your weapons have plus 4% crit chance. Okay.
I know we'll get some gold for those pelts, or wings, or whatever that is.
Defeating a monster gives us rewards. So we can collect the pelt for $2. So this is just in our inventory. Each encounter during a day takes 1 hour. Each encounter gives experience. You level up every 8 experience. Enter a shop. Interesting. Okay. I still don't know what the days do. Sells items, non-weapon items, and medium items. Let's go to non-weapon items, because we want to keep our narwhal as our rightmost weapon. Items come in 3 different sizes. Larger items cost more. Drag an item to the merchant to sell it. Items sell for half their purchase price. Okay, great. So we can sell the pelt. Oh, we have to go all the way over here. So the arrow had me dragging it here. That is not where I needed to drag it. We need to go all the way up here. So not even right there. Okay. That's the back button. Okay. Okay. A little confusing, but whatever. I don't know what this treasure chest is or why it's glowing. Coral armor. Shield 10. When you buy an aquatic item, this gains 10 shield. This is an aquatic item. Slow one item for 4 seconds. Okay, so we can drop this in here. I'm going to sell the switchblade. Buy the honing steel. Because this is going to be buffing the narwhal way more effectively. I feel like I've seen someone drag something to the chest. Okay, that's an inventory. Got it. So now our armor is going to give us 20 shield because we bought this aquatic item. Great. And it has a certain amount of store. So this is our inventory limits. Okay, cool. Thank you, Zomnom. That was very, very well timed. Enter the event eating contest. Get some chocolate bars. Why not? Make a choice. Get 5 bronze chocolate bars, silver chocolate bars, or gold tier chocolate bars. Why are the others not tiered? Why does it only get 5 gold tier chocolate bars? We're going to take the basics. That's all we can afford.
This stuff's a little bigger. Can't hide the katana in my boot.
When you sell this, gain 10 max health.
Hoarding treasures.
Oh.
We corsairs sail light.
So we just gained 50 max health. Cool.
Okay, I'm ready. Man the cannons, lads.
At the end of the day, you will fight another player. Battle of the player. Okay. And this is what I'm talking about. Now we have the PvP coming in. I don't know what these symbols mean. I don't know what that king means or the trophies or whatever. Not a clue. I would be very surprised if this were a real person, especially since we're in a tutorial.
Go ahead. Underestimate me. It makes this more fun.
Yeah, it's not because Grand Founder is the only way you can actually play this game right now. So unless there's some way to change your title... Shields prevent incoming damage. Okay, do you have shields? Healing items restore less health. Now he has a shield. Okay, and I also have 20 shield. So I'm feeling like we're scaling pretty well. So he's healing and shielding, but he has no damage to me. I'm curious that I can like see the amount of income he has. That's curious. Now there's this. So this is the countdown timer. So this is the, if battles start taking too long, everyone starts taking attrition damage. So you can out-survive another player. When you beat a player, you earn a trophy. Try to get 10 trophies before running out of prestige. What's prestige? Is prestige like my meta health? Did we crash? Uh-huh.
But I don't
Okay.
use.
Cool transitions. Wow, that was rad. That was a great animation.
Bright and early.
At the start of each day, you gain gold equal to your income. Visit a trainer. Bronze tier skills, sells weapon skills. I don't know what the difference is between any of these. Why would I go to a specifically bronze tier? That sounds like bad. Oh, because I can combine, maybe? Well, pick a skill or drag it to your skill pen. I don't know why I would go for bronze tier instead of just like normal. First time you crit, each fight frees an enemy. Your weapons have plus 4% crit chance. Your poison items have an extra poison. Your leftmost weapon deals plus 4 damage. That's only plus 4 instead of 24. That seems like not a lot. Whatever. I guess we'll do this and beef him up a little bit.
Waiting to be
Level up. Great. So we got some more. Your board size will increase as you level up. You'll gain max health as you level up. Get to choose one additional bonus every time you level. So we have some extra space. We can start sliding this all over. We can bring our rope out. So we'll start slowing dudes. We can get a friend, an ammo item, or 2 loot items. If you have a friend, get an additional 2 items. We do have a friend. Should we get 4 loot items? I don't know what that means. Sounds good, though. So what have we got in here now? A pelt. Glands. When you sell this, gain 2 regen. When you sell this, your leftmost poison item gains +1 poison. Okay, so we don't have... we don't have a poison weapon yet. Weapons, small and medium items, and items. Why are you blue?
Oh, I already have that one. Maybe I can use its parts to improve mine.
Okay, so we do have that sort of gacha auto chess combining mechanic. I love that. So we can combine these.
Ooh, the keener the blade, the quicker
Cool.
the fight.
So now we scale twice as fast. Instead of getting 10 shield, we get 20 shield. So we're really looking for aquatic stuff. Which, unfortunately, they do not have. We can re-roll, but it costs 3 money to re-roll. It's a little annoying that the tooltip for re-roll covers the cost. I'd like to have the cost still visible while I'm maintaining the context of this, especially since the pop-up comes up so quick. Okay. Well, we can't buy anything aquatic here, so let's save our money. Let's just move on.
Learn this place.
High-tier monsters are more difficult but have better rewards. Okay. So, money. Blue thing. What's blue thing? And then those. Is that drafting? Like card reward drafts? Katrina, welcome in. How are you doing over on YouTube? Good to see you. We are doing some... We just finished working on our Game Jam submission for Fox Hollow Jam 3. Now we're doing some design analysis for the Bazaar because they're doing a lot of interesting things. Oh, bronze, silver, gold. It's not blue, it's silver, of course. Okay. So, take a note. Even though that maybe that isn't a super clear color, because they have been referring to everything in terms of bronze, silver, gold, we're able to make that connection. Okay. Oh, and you know what? We even have different, like, frame borders for bronze, silver, and gold. Yeah, okay. Interesting. That's good, you know, to help with color blindness. It could maybe be a little more obvious and pronounced, but, like, overall it works just fine. Let's try the Warrior. I'm feeling confident. Sandstorm will damage both sides equally until one is defeated. You've got a lot of stuff. Holy crap. Whoa, okay, this may have been more than I could chew. Can I speed up? Why am I not, like, dealing any damage to them? Jeez. Yeah, brutal. That did not go well for me. That was not good. You don't get an item or experience when you lose to a monster. Losing to a monster doesn't cost prestige. Well, what the crap is prestige? Do you lose prestige if you lose to a player? Ah, losing fights against players results in prestige loss equal to the day. For prestige hits 0, your run ends. Got it. Bronze tier junk items or medium and large items? Let's go actually bronze tier junk items. I want to get aquatic stuff. And I just want to buy all the aquatic stuff I can. Some merchants and traders let you reroll. Sure. We can upgrade our extract. I don't know that we really need that. Tourist chariot. Shield for 20 when you sell this. Give your items +1 value. That's hilarious. Nothing here is aquatic. I'm going to reroll. Wow. No aquatic nothing. When you sell this, give your leftmost heal item +5 heal. So we could go for a heal. Why is that showing as green when I hover over dock lines? Because it's also slowing? Okay. Let's go ahead and sell our extract. It gives us 4 gold. This is so dumb. We're gonna buy the makeshift barricade.
Trash is tragedy. Reuse everything.
And then sell it. So now we have an extra second of slow on that. That seems like really bad value, but I think I kind of have to do something. Invest in yourself, gain an income, not gold, an income. By experience. Oh, interesting. I think we're going to get extra income. That sounds good. We definitely need to play some catch up here. So now we're fighting against a new player.
But I've seen my share of storms. We're out to dethrone a king, not to squabble with nobody.
Why do you have so much more stuff than I do? This has to be not a real player. They also have a narwhal. I was hoping that, like, my armor would be strong enough to let us scale our narwhal up, right? Whoa, it just got a big crit. But we just seem to not really be doing very much damage. I mean, now we're kind of scaling up. It's doing better. But we really need more armor, more damage. Ooh, there we go. That worked.
Put it toward nobler use.
All right.
All cannon, no ball.
Great. Day 2. Day 3. These runs seem like they might be a little bit long. You find an abandoned chest, get a small non-weapon item. You gotta go for the treasure, right? Abandoned chest. Hold on. Sorry. All right. Spam. Get a smaller media item, gain 2 gold and 1 XP. My XP is down here. Let's go for that. Let's get a tool. This is gold, and this is that. I don't think we want weapon skills. Let's see what the tools are. Oh, okay. Something with the tool tag. So now we'll slow 2 items for 5 seconds.
For the rest of the tyrant's gold.
Your aquatic items have their cooldowns reduced by 3%. That's not a lot. That's not a lot at all. Hold on. Okay. Ah. Okay. Get 1 citrus and 1 coconut. If you have a friend, get an additional citrus and coconut. I wish I knew what those were. Get a weapon. I guess we'll do just keep swinging. I mean, reducing cooldown by 3%. That's a tenth of a second. That does not seem like it's going to be accomplishing very much for me. Let's go silver fight. Do you have anything we can bring in? No. All right. What was that plus 250 I saw? All right, so we got a slow right out of the gate. That's what that slow was, or what that countdown was. We're going to shield for 40. That's a pretty good shield. We need some ways to either speed these guys up or really boost the numbers that they're putting out. Man, he's got a lot of health. So I guess the idea here is you can get partial benefit for hurting the monster but not beating it. So if you get it down like halfway, you still get this much gold, even if you lose. I like that. That's a nice way to implement it. There we go. Victory.
Pathetic. As spineless as a jelly.
Barbed wire. When you shield, this gains 5 damage for the fight. I mean, like, we might as well put it in here. I don't think it's really going to do anything for us, but whatever. Bronze tier skills. Start your next fight with 100 shield per level. Sells items. Let's go to items. Sorry, my phone is going crazy right now. What is going on? Okay. No. Okay. All right. Here we go. Aquatic and poison, of course. When this gains haste, give it +1 poison for the way. I mean, we're gonna buy it because we need aquatic. We're going to reroll. Another aquatic. Haste 1 aquatic item for 2 seconds. Let's put this in our case here. We're going to buy this. Oh, we can't reroll again. Oh, geez. Okay, we can't sell skills, it seems. So how do I fit this in? Do we care about the catfish? I don't think we care about the catfish. I think we go for the beach ball. But we just increased our armor. We just doubled the amount of armor that we're getting. Items with haste charge twice as fast. Okay. Cool. That sounds great. Let's go ahead and leave the encounter. Get gumballs, whatever that means. Get an item. Sell non-weapon items. You guys, gumballs? Can we get aquatic gumballs? Get a gumball. I have all the gum. I am the gumball lord. When you sell this, your weapons gain +1 damage. Gain 10 max health. Give your items +1% crit chance. Whoa, okay. So that's a lot. Cool.
I shouldn't have buried that last treasure.
Could sell the barbed wire. It's not aquatic. You gain shield. This gains 5 damage for the fight. I mean, it does scale off of our armor, but you can crit with armor? Okay. Well, let's keep going. Awaken 471.
My fight isn't with
Max health -150. I don't know what that means. Who got -150 health? There we go. Oh, give me 1 second while we run this fight through.
land legs make you predictable. You move in straight lines.
How do we do? Did we win that fight? Curio sells bronze tier junk items. Work at the docks to earn some coin. Get a small non-weapon item. Okay, let's go to the bronze tier junk items. Once again, I'm unable to connect to the server. What? Did you save my run? Can I keep going? Please? Okay, good.
Just close your eyes.
Oh yeah, by the way, we got Junior Dev here. Weapon. Weapon tool. Weapon bummer. Okay. Gosh, what do we do here? Deal 15 damage for each small item you have, including in your stash. Imagine loading up on gumballs and having... That would do like 150 damage. That's crazy. If this is on your board at the start of each day, gain 100 max health. The cooldown of your items are increased by 1 second. Interesting. Freeze this for 2 seconds. When any item is frozen, shield 15. Ooh. That's pretty cool. We could go like just like on a heavy shield build. Could also go for more slowing. Agility boots. Adjacent items have 3% plus 3% crit chance. I mean, it only takes us up to 5% crit chance. Cryo sleeve seems cool. I don't know. I'm not seeing these being particularly helpful for me. So we're gonna leave.
Come on now. Just a little rust.
Sells medium and large items. Get some chocolate bars. Gain 3 regen. The chocolate bars were like max health, right? And we do have enough money to try out the silver tier. Should we check out what silver tier chocolates do?
Another empty chest.
Gain 2 XP. Maybe. Get an aquatic item. Or your leftmost friend's cooldown is reduced by 6%. Let's get an aquatic item. It's just so good for scaling. You know, when you buy an aquatic item, this gains heal 5. Yeah. And then we got our chocolate bars, so we can get a bunch of max health. Great. And then we can put this here. And then, sure, we can throw in barbed wire. Whatever. Let's go for silver again. I'm not feeling confident enough to go for gold. Oh, he got a crit? Okay, that's not good. He's got 150 shield? What? Shield 150? Every 4 seconds? That's outrageous. What? Crit chance 95%? I mean, we seem to be kind of holding our own. I mean, this is definitely going into overtime, and we are scaling the narwhal and everything. And our barbed wire. So our damage is scaling up, and his is not. But still, wow. Okay, yeah, we've definitely got this. Yeah, GG. Wow, shield 150. Here I thought shield 100 was going to be some ridiculous number.
Maybe a skirmish.
Yeah, we could take the shield potion. I mean, why not? Let's ditch the coral and put the shield potion in. That's a lot. Gain a small shield item. Let's check the chest. What does the chest do for us, really? 2 golden experience, or a small and a medium item. Feels like gold is really rare. Sells ammo skills. We don't have anything with ammo. Silver tier items, sure. Hand axe. Your weapons have +6 damage. Weather glass. Burn 4, poison 2. If you have another item with burn, poison, slow, or freeze, this has +1 multicast for each. So what's the difference between burn and poison? This is always a question I have whenever there is a game with both of them. Damages players twice per second. Every time burn deals damage, it decreases by 1, and damages players... Okay, so burn will extinguish over time. Poison does not. Got it. Okay. I mean, we could potentially get 2 extra multicasts, and that would be pretty hefty, but it would also be a fairly large shift. We could go for the torpedo. Whenever you use another aquatic or ammo item, this gains 30 damage for the fight. Wow. Okay. If the item is large, reload and ammo. Oh, but it takes up ammo. I don't have any large items. I mean, let's buy it. That seems crazy good. We just need to find something to key off of it. And it's gonna boost our aquatic stuff, so. The narwhal, I don't know, I'm not loving the narwhal. I'm not gonna lie. I mean, I guess it's a small item that attacks really fast and deals a lot of damage. And that is valuable, because space is
You should
key
know
in this
I'm a
game.
bit of a legend.
So I get that, but yeah, these have gotta all be bots. Apprentice merchants all over the place. No one has been a grand founder yet. They're all merchants. 100%. It's getting a lot of attacks out really fast. But we have our armor is online. We're gonna start scaling all of our attacks here really heftily. Oh, this is an ammo. The shield potion is an ammo one. Oh, shoot. I didn't know that. Okay. Well, we may need to swap out the beach ball for something else that's going to give us ammo. And that'll also get us closer to being able to use the giant cannon that we just bought, too. I mean, we still win this. Yeah, these runs get long. We're only a third of the way there? Jeez. 4 wins get you a bronze victory. Bronze victories earn chests in ranked mode. Reach 7 wins to upgrade your victory to silver. Okay. These are decently long runs. Considering we're at full width board right now, we have all of the space we're going to have. Could gain 3 regen. Select skills. We haven't done any skills. Let's check out skills. That seems like it's going to be a potentially big way to boost. Ooh. Left-handed. We can upgrade it. Go from 4 to 12. Your rightmost item has plus 15% crit chance. When you buy a weapon, give your other weapons plus 3 damage. When you use a weapon, give it plus 3 damage for the fight. Let's upgrade this, because that is going to really, really boost barbed wire's scaling. That is to say, it's not going to boost the scaling, but it's going to reduce the amount of time it needs to scale to become useful. Upgrade your leftmost heal item. Interesting. Get a friend. Get a citrus and a coconut. I mean, let's try that. What do the citrus and the coconut do? Wasn't I supposed to get an additional one? Because I have a friend? When you sell this, gain a regen. When you sell this, gain 10 max health. Sure. I don't really have any reason to hang on to them. Get 3 spare change. Is that spare change? Sells haste, slow, and cooldown items. Work at the docks to earn some coin. What's the difference between look for spare change on the docks? Gain 2 gold and a weapon. Gain 2 gold and a tool. 2 gold and a shield. Okay. So, the other one was just gain 3 gold, I'm assuming. Even though it said spare change. Maybe spare change is an item and, like, you sell it or something. Mortar and pestle. Give your lifesteal weapons plus 5 damage for the fight. I mean, we don't have any of those. So we'll just move on. I think we're sticking silver. What was that max health plus 45? I don't understand that. Oh, at the start of each fight, burn 10. Okay. Great. Love it. I'm feeling pretty confident here. We're definitely out-shielding this guy's damage output. How long have you been playing this? Oh gosh, what, like maybe close to an hour, Endo? Yeah. Is this of interest to you? Where do you stand on auto battlers? I've seen this game gaining momentum. I did too. I saw people covering it, and I saw this screen. I was like, I mean, it looks very pretty, but I don't understand the theme at all. I'm not really sold on it. I still don't understand the theme after playing it. But it is really well executed on. And the gameplay mechanics are fantastic. How does one get access to this game? Good to see you, Symbol. Welcome in. So you gain access by going to that link. Right there. You go to Founders Packs. And then you buy the Founders Pack. So it's $33. It's not a cheap auto battler. This is not a tiny little indie darling. There are like super cool special packs that are like $100 that come with like an actual vinyl album and stuff. But there you go. I pinned the link. Thank you, Blades. Appreciate it. You buy. Yeah, it's a closed beta right now. I don't know what their business model is going to be coming out of the closed beta. I don't know. You get gems, so there's going to be some sort of currency, I'm guessing, for skins. It seems pretty tight for or pretty committed to visuals only. So I'm assuming those gems are going to be for in-game. Purchase our first 2 locked heroes, Pygmalion and Dooley. Got it. Okay, there you go. So they've done some interesting things here, which we really wanted to talk about, which is they've combined super auto pets with like a Slay the Spire-y style progression. So you don't just go back and get a pool of stuff to buy and you buy it and it's all great. But, wow, on both YouTube and Twitch. From 2 different people. How strange. Listen, I'm not going to ban that. I'm not going to ban that. But if you keep on talking like a bot, that's going to get banned real quick. Okay. So, yeah, it's really interesting what they're doing here of having different options to go from. We talked about, like, Night of the Full Moon as well. That does very similar things. Sells large items. You find an abandoned chest. Let's check the large items, because we have this cannon that keys off of large items and gains ammo from them. So is there anything in here that will give ammo? Burn 8, deal 10 damage when you burn. Haste an item for a second. Or haste your other items for a second. Okay, yeah, that's cool. Let's go for that. I'm going to bring these things in. Can we set up like a haste?
Too much treasure. Not
Okay,
enough
we can start selling stuff. We can sell the mortar and pestle. We can sell the magma core. We can sell the catfish. Let's grab the water. Ooh, and it's aquatic. That's perfect. Love it.
Like dust in my palm, but thank you.
Let's bring the dock lines in here. Bring this out. And then we need to bring out the torpedo. Ultra Bars, that's a very weird thing to say when you walk into someone's stream. It makes it seem like you are going to try to sell some sort of health supplement or something. That's why. That's why it's maybe not getting the reception you were hoping for. You use another aquatic or ammo item. This gains 30 damage for the fight. If the item is large, reload an ammo. Let's stash this actually. Yeah. And then bring this in. So this is at 72 damage. It's going to scale at 30 damage every time. Whoa. Hey. What do you think? You want to play with hats? There's a lot of hats down there. That was bizarre. It's very bizarre. Yeah. I don't know. I don't mean to be rude or exclusionary or anything. That's just a weird thing to say when you go into someone else's stream. It makes it seem like you're going to try and sell them something. Streamers get all sorts of people coming in saying, wow, your stream is so cool. You know, streamers with like good graphic design, really. Oh, shoot. Besides, I know that person is lying. Because if you have a bow tie, you're automatically at least a 6. Rose account has a picture of a person with a Lambo as the banner. Fake looking profile picture. Another fell out with who trying to be big with streaming is a. But that's an interesting definition of helping. Bless you, Ultra Bars. Hope you're able to have a great day. Okay. Is there anything else I mean, probably won't have any room for coral, to be frank. Can probably ditch this. I don't think I want to do anything else. I do want to buy this to buff my aquatic stuff. So buy this cove. Shield equal to this item's value. When you sell an item, this gains 1 value. That's at 3. How are you going to sell hundreds of items to make that worth it? I'm going to hold on to it because that sounds like an absurd item that I cannot imagine how that actually pays off. Sell silver tier items, get some chocolate bars, or get 3 silver tier chocolate bars. Let's go ahead and sell the dock lines here, and then we'll get the chocolate bars. All right, so we'll get the max health. You're increasing the cove. I have to imagine you have to get this to like gold, right? And like when it's gold tier, it's gonna be like gain 10 value every time you sell or something, right? Brayden, welcome in. This is the Bazaar. It is an auto battler that we're kind of dissecting from a gameplay design perspective to see how have they combined auto battlers with some other mechanics like roguelike mechanics, path creating. Wow. To make something really interesting. So welcome in. Wow, this is doing a lot of damage now. 300 to 400? Get wrecked? Jeez. I'm about to get shot by the double barrel. Oh, but he's out of ammo. So they were going on full alpha blast. If they don't kill you immediately with the double barrel and the arbalast, they're dead. Wait, how did you heal all the way up to full?
At the bar. Another
It
round.
doesn't matter because my torpedo did over 1,000 damage. The first time you die each fight, heal 2,000. Wow. Really, and those are interesting items. Okay. Work at the docks to earn some coin. It's not a bad idea. Sells small items. Also not a bad idea to go here. Let's get the small items to try and find aquatic stuff that we can buy and then sell. Ugh. Don't like any of these. There's an aquatic.
Whoever said money can't buy class had neither.
Okay. We're going to sell that. And we can leave. Yeah, hello, Brayden. Upgrade your leftmost aquatic item. Can we upgrade the narwhal? That's interesting. I don't think that's the route we want to go. I think we're going to want to upgrade the torpedo
Now
to
this
gold.
will inspire the crew.
Okay. So it's scaling at 60 damage now every time that we have an aquatic or an ammo-based item used. All right. Take care, Ultra Bars. We could get some chocolate bars. Speaking of bars. We'll get an item. I don't know. He's slow and cooldown. We could maybe get another water wheel to upgrade. Seems like low odds of that happening, though. Let's do... I mean, I know this is going to be really valuable for me, so let's just do this. Okay. And then... Whoa, you are more than gold. You are cosmic. Wow. Got the Silver Surfer gone to hell over here. Let's just do the format. I mean, I don't know. These bots, we seem to be kind of crushing. And our torpedo is scaling outrageously. And we're getting just so much haste between the beach ball and the water wheel. Like, I mean, look at this. We're already at 900. We're over 1,000 on the torpedo. This is seeming pretty good. Chris Army Knife. Deal 10 damage, shield 10. That sounds cool. It's probably just going to go to the... get sold. Gain 25 max health per level. Gain 150 health. That's over 10% health. That's not bad, but I do want to keep on trying to get my armor up. I want to keep on scaling that. Could buy Honing Steel. Nah, let's reroll. There's an aquatic. Shield 15 for each aquatic item you have. Fair enough. Go ahead and sell that and sell that. I mean, this is going to give me 14 shield every 3 seconds. This is going to give me 200 shield every 6 seconds. I feel like one of these is clearly better. Sells weapons, gain an additional XP. What is... I guess it's just going to improve my max HP, right? And possibly give me special rewards, I guess, is what leveling up past this point can give us. Let's go to Kina. Once again, we just really want to look for aquatic. Okay, that's good. That's aquatic. That's aquatic. Good. All of them are aquatic. That's 16. We don't have enough money for that, but we can buy this one. Your aquatic items gain plus 3% crit chance for the fight. I think we just sell that. Oh, we have a piranha. Deals double crit damage. Cool. And we can get rid of the Honing Steel. I don't think there's a place for that anymore. We have 5 gold. Could sell this to go up to 7. Could sell both of those to buy the harpoon. Destroy a small item. I'm assuming that's destroying an opponent's small item. Sounds cool. It's pretty pricey though, so let's go ahead and leave that. Ooh, this is the one of the other characters, Dooley. All right, take care, Prodigal. Thanks for hanging out. Super congratulations on your new role. So excited for you. And have a great day. You've earned a good rest. Ooh, that's a lot of stuff happening. Got a lot of burn going on me. But we've got our haste getting big and strong. Just need to get our torpedo off. Come on. Oh, just barely. Just barely. Thank you so much, Prodigal. That was really close.
You move in straight lines.
Cool. Aid the convoys in navigating the dangerous mountain pass. Sure. I don't know what that means, but gain 2 gold. 2 gold tier gold? And an experience. Gain 5 gold. Anything could happen here. Or gain 2 income. What does gold tier mean? Are we going to go... I feel like that's a typo. I think it was supposed to say gain 2 gold rather than gain 2 gold tier. Right. I think we go for citrus again. When you sell this, gain a regeneration. So they're not aquatic. I was wondering if they might be aquatic. Turns out no. Deadly duel. Fight a monster. Sure. So these are stuff I'm going to be able to sell. Reduce your item's cooldown by 6%. Whoa. Okay. Yeah, I'm feeling very comfortable with this. We're gonna have a lot of money, which is great. Victory.
See that plank?
So we can get the insect wing, which yeah, let's do it. So we're at 3.9 on our narwhal right now. Down to 3.6, and our torpedo went down by a full half second. Great. I'm feeling pretty confident going against bots. Let's go against Chili Charles. Oh, he froze the torpedo. Oh, that's no good. I'm curious what kind of wins in the meta. Is it frost or is it haste? Do they kind of cancel each other out in any way? I mean, they're definitely slowing down the scaling on my torpedo here. But he's also not doing really any damage. So he's trying to win in the exhaustion round. But blambo, there goes the torpedo. We are now ahead in hit points by quite a lot. So I think we just won. Right there. Oh, he healed up a bunch. How did you heal up a bunch? Get him, torpedo. 1692 damage. Wow. We didn't even touch our hit points. We were still in armor there.
Barely got off
A
last.
gold large ice cream truck. Freeze an item for 2 seconds. When you use another non-weapon item, charge this for a second. That's pretty cool. Aquatic items reduce their cooldown. Yeah, let's do that. So 9.4 down to 9.1. We've almost shaved a full second off of the torpedo. I'll definitely take that. Get a small aquatic item. Yes! A guaranteed aquatic item is great. And then let's earn some coin. We have so much money. Let's gain 2 gold and a weapon. Hammer. Deal 10 damage when you level up. If you have at least 3 tools, upgrade an item.
Need to throw some things
Okay.
overboard.
Yeah, we can do that. Grab this. When you level up, if you have at least 3 tools, upgrade an item. That's pretty cool. I like that. I don't think we want to bring anything in. Like, we've just got a pretty strong build happening here.
But I've seen my share of storms.
Granted, I don't know if we're actually going against real people or not. I still don't think we are because they're still saying apprentice merchant. But I am feeling pretty darn good here. This torpedo is just going nutso. And our haste stacking between these two is feeling really good. Whoa, it was not good enough. That was not good enough. So we just lost a lot of prestige. Okay. Great. That's our first loss, though.
Defeat does not defeat me.
I couldn't follow what on earth was happening on that guy's build, but it definitely beat me, that's for sure. Crit skills, don't really want crit skills. Let's get a tool, I guess. What are you? Weather glass, burn 6, poison 3. Oh, this is, we already saw this before. We already got this. We're not using it at all. But sure, we'll grab it. God, we have so much money. Get some chocolate bars. We can buy gold tier chocolate bars. We're going to sell all this junk. All right. Buy. Plus 30 max health. Yeah, even with all the stuff we've been selling, it's still only at 32. I mean, I guess it's at 2.7 seconds, but it just seems real bad. Let's go to the Burninator bot. I'm feeling strong about going about gold here. The players have been really tough, but the bots are seeming pretty manageable. Yeah, we just need one more torpedo and we win. Easy game.
Waste of gunpowder.
Induction Aegis. Shield 40, burn 4. Slow your adjacent items for 1 second. So you want that like on the edge. Interesting. But I mean, shield 40 and burn 4 on a small item. That's really strong. Leftmost ammo item gains an additional max ammo. It doesn't really matter because it has infinite ammo with the water wheel. Get 2 items. Sure, let's just get 4 loot items. Why not? Reduce items cooldowns. Sell for gold. We have so much money. All right. So everything's cooldown is dropping like crazy. We're below 9 seconds on the torpedo. Sells vehicles. I don't think we have any. Sells items. Sure, JJ, what you got for us? There's the Piranha. It's an aquatic. Sell these. Refresh. No aquatics. Bummer. We have so much money. Gain a temporary boost. Let's go to Tox Clocks. Let's get the slow haste cooldown stuff. And I'm just gonna be buying anything that's aquatic. Their cooldowns reduced by 20%. Weapons to the right of this have 50% damage. That's plus 50 damage. That's pretty cool. Slow item for 3 seconds for each adjacent friend. This gains 1 multicast. That's rad too. These are really cool items. This is a good game to look at for cool item design. Zion, welcome in. Good to see you. How are you today? Haste adjacent items for 1 second. When you use a large item, use this. I'm selling the beach ball. Bringing it. Like the captain's wheel just seems objectively better. Haste adjacent items for a second. So we can put this here. So we can haste. It's going to get hasted by the water wheel and immediately get used to then haste the water wheel. That seems good. You're new to this? What, to this game? This is our first day playing. Use another aquatic item. This game's haste for 3 seconds. Wow. Once again, just trying to buy all the aquatic stuff that I can to level up our armor, because every time we buy an aquatic item, it levels up. All right. Bye, Zion. YouTube's going crazy today, man. Stuff's going on with YouTube. All right. We have so much money. To Arar.
Underestimate me. It makes this more fun.
This is one of the other characters. Very classic style orc looking illustration. Space Scraper. Shield equal to 2 times the value of your items. That's interesting. Deal 500 damage? What? First time you fall below half health each fight, freeze an item for 100 seconds? What? Jeez. 100 seconds on my torpedo? Excuse you? Did I just lose? 100-second freeze? I mean, the good thing is I have a ton of shield and we're going to overtime. I think I can keep out shielding him, but boy, that's a rough build. Oh no, his healing! Our narwhal is doing nothing for us anymore. We need to get rid of the narwhal. It's not helping at all. When dudes have like 1,500 health, 39 damage is not going to do anything. We need an aquatic item that is going to be super fast. Get a shield item? That might not be a bad idea. If we can find like an aquatic shield. Cosmic Amulet. When this gains haste, give your items plus 5% crit chance for the fight. See a narwhal. That's crazy. That's going to be giving... Like, we're basically going to be guaranteed critting with our torpedo now. I do wish I understood what crit actually did. So slow skills. We haven't done much with skills again. We have a ton of money, though. First time you slow each fight, freeze an item for 6 seconds. That sounds cool. We don't slow anything, though. When you slow haste a vehicle for 2 seconds, the first time you use a large item each fight, slow 2 items for 5 seconds. Yeah, sure. That's worth it. Gold and red? That's also new. We've been kind of beating all of the bots that we're fighting. I don't know. We'll see. Oh, and you know what? We're also going to be getting crit chance for our armor. So we're going to be critting on armor, too. So this is going very big in the direction of delay until the torpedo can just nuke. I'm feeling pretty confident. I'm feeling pretty okay. We just need the torpedo to actually be able to hit. The slow is being painful. Or the freezing is being painful. There we go. 3,672 damage because of the crit. We're at 45% crit chance, 47% crit chance, 45%. Wait, why are you not dying? Where'd all this health come from? Come on, shields. No! Deal a damage equal to a third of your enemy's max health? Wow. Okay, well, my hubris may be showing a little bit.
I'm cuter.
We do want to buy these.
Get you moving. Why move it there?
Give another aquatic item haste for 4 seconds. At the start of each day, get a small aquatic item. And that's cool, but we don't really need it. Turbo Bolas. Deal 120 damage. Slow 1 item for 4 seconds. Haste an item for 2 seconds. Oh, we have another captain's wheel. Yeah, absolutely. So that's upgraded. Haste adjacent items for 2 full seconds. When you have a fight, this gains 2 value. Your weapons have plus damage equal to this item's value. Oh, interesting. At the start of each fight, haste 3 items for 4 seconds. That's cool. Oh, man. I think that's all we do here. I think we just leave. Ammo item, weapon, or a friend. Sure, let's get a friend. Catfish. Great. It'll scale up our armor. Eat at fins to get max health? Sure. Do we have to pay for it or something? Gain 5% max health and 5 regen. 5% max health and your heal items gain 20 heal. We don't have any heal items. Ah, your shield items gain 10 shield. Yeah, absolutely. Okay. All right. This is kind of it. This is our last chance to try and get into silver here. We've been really struggling. So this is cool because it's making player fights into boss fights. Really cool. I like what they've done with this design. Okay, all the haste, all the crit chance. Oh, he is attacking real fast, though. Oof, we got a really big crit on our armor. Oh, we are not going fast enough. Why was everything going so slow? Wow, yeah, we got wrecked. We were really close to silver, but bummer. Get a free diamond tier item, 20 gold and 5 XP, random enchantment location. So do we get like a last chance? That's so smart. That is so smart. Wow, that is so smart.
This is why
That is really cool.
So
That
you
is...
won't see me bleed.
I'm gobsmacked by that. That is such a cool, like, you still are in this mechanic. That is rad. What a cool design. I don't think we're going to use the dam. We'll never use another aquatic item charge this for a second, which is like cut it down. I don't think it's really going to be worth it. We can sell all this stuff. And then we can buy gumballs. Buy all the gumballs. Okay. Come here. When you sell this, your shield items gain a shield. Yes. Weapon damage up. Crit chance. Absolutely. Let's buy some more. There we go. There we go. I mean, even still, even after all that we've sold, this is still only at 71. I don't know. I don't see how the Cove is supposed to do anything for you. Let's go to skills. We haven't done any skills very much, as I keep mentioning. We have a diamond skill. First time you use a large item each fight, adjacent items gain 13 burn for the fight. Okay. Your rightmost weapon gains 16 damage. That's not really a lot at this point in the game. Let's get flanking fire. I like that. So we need to move it over here. Slow 2 items for fight. First time you use a... Oh, wait, no. First time you use a large item each fight, adjacent items gain 13 burn. We really want that to be on our fastest item. So that's 8 seconds, 5, 5, 8, and 4. So we want you on one side and the armor on the other. Yes, I think this is the right situation. I think I'm going to swap it around, though. So I'm going to put this one right here. So when it hastes, it will haste the torpedo and the water wheel. Let's go mid. I don't want to lose momentum here anymore. Skyscraper will deal damage equal to 3 times the value of your items. Okay. We saw the upgraded version of that of the... It's already at 1,000? Dude. Okay, well, I'm not scaling as well anymore. There are better ways to scale here. I stepped away for a while and come back and your game has come along so much and wildly changed direction. Whoa, dude. Yeah, so we wrapped up about an hour and a half ago, Tiny Devil, and now we're doing some analysis for the Bazaar. Because they've been just doing a lot of really interesting things. And we're about to lose our run here.
I know everything that goes on in this town. Don't tell anyone I told you.
Level up. Upgrade your leftmost item. Turn it into diamond.
Keener the blade.
So it's going to scale a little bit
Quicker the
faster.
fight.
I'm not going to lie. This thing, as cool as it was in the mid-game, really seems to have slowed down in late game. Like, a lot. First time you haste each fight, freeze an item. Oh, we can upgrade Creeping Chill. That would also be good. We could actually get all these things. So we're gonna... Oh, we can only buy one?
You know that, right?
Boo. All right, let's go lose.
My fight isn't with you.
Yeah.
But if you insist.
Wouldn't that be nice? Haven't you noticed I'm huge? Look how much health he has! Just me immediately! What?
I am the Lord of House Corzina.
What happened? How did we stop scaling so hard? Whoa, okay. Well, there we go. That's a run. So we talk a lot about like post-game wrap-up scenes. This is doing it really well. Big, chunky, 6 wins. Yeah, good job. This is your big thing. Here was your loadout. Here were the stats that you had. With no like super intense, hard to read tables of numbers. They just get you the information that feels really good. I really like it. The only thing that I think is a bit of a head scratcher for me is why the stat information is in between your items and your skills, because these two seem like they relate to each other, right? Your items and your skills are your loadout. So those should be next to each other. And then this is kind of the extra information. So there you go. That was super rad though. I had a really fun time with that. I can see how this is taking over a lot of channels and how it's accomplishing a whole lot in marketing, because it is so gorgeous, first off. I mean, it's stunning. But also, the item design is fantastic. It is so good. And now I got a lot of chests. I don't know where I find those. Okay. So we're going to unlock the other two heroes here. But where do I get the chest that I unlocked? I don't know. Weird. I don't know. Anyways, that's that. That's the Bazaar. What a compelling experience. I think if you're building a roguelike, this is a really good one to look at. This is right up there with like Scholar and everything, to look at how do we create interesting, powerful, zany synergies that the player gets to feel very clever by creating. Really recommend it. I think there's a lot to learn there. So that being said, hey folks, that's going to be it for the stream here today. What a great time this has been. We made so much progress on our Game Jam submission. We got to hang out with all sorts of great people. Thank you for being here. Thanks for hanging out. We're going to go ahead and raid out to Hypnotic, who followed us earlier. We're going to go raid into them, building their traffic jam simulator. We'll be back here tomorrow with more Game Jam. We're on the last 3 days. I hope your submissions are going well. We'll catch you